Môre sê almal, môre Gert.
Morning, Brendan. Morning, Amal. Morning.
Good morning, everybody. Goeiemôre almal.
Morning, Lisa.
Môre almal, is die mense binne of kom hulle nog in?
Ons party van ons slaap nog so bietjie, maar andersins is ons hierso. Sê gou vir my, het julle daai 21.3 gekry wat ons het gisteraand 4:15 het ons 'n SMS gekry om te sê the link for the 21.3 that serves at the ordinary council meeting has been emailed to you. Ek het nie daai ding gekry nie.
Ek het ook
Ja,
nie
hy is ge-email aan ons almal.
Nee, ons het 'n
Ek sal nou vir jou
14.10
kyk hoe laat dit is en dan sal ek gou stuur.
Ons het 14.10.1 gekry. Ons het 'n link gekry vir 'n 14.10.1, maar nie vir 'n 21.3 nie.
Ek stuur gou. Iona, ek het hom gou vir jou gestuur. Dit is net na 5 gistermiddag gewees van Stefanie af.
By my het hy gewys is 14. And 10.1.
Ek weet nie kom ken die nie 'n foon het nie.
PD, jou mic is aan.
Dankie ou. Dit is so vinnige oproep aan die dogter, maar sy het nooit haar foon by haar nie.
Dankie Marlene, dis die eerste keer wat ek die ding kry.
Groot plesier. Ek sien net gesê all councillors, so ja, ek kan vir haar uit iewers vasgehaak.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's really a pleasure to welcome you to this Ordinary Council meeting. And just on a lighter note, for those who are interested, since the 3rd of August 2016 local government elections, most of us have been councillors for 5 years and 22 days. So on this rather cold August morning, I welcome the Honourable Executive Mayor, the Alderman Leon van Wyk, the Honourable Deputy Executive Mayor, Councillor Clark, the Chief Whip, Councillor Barnard, Alderman Williams, Alderman Petrus, Alderman van der Hoofen, Alderman Giereke, Alderman Kritzinger, Alderman Tayizi, opposition leaders, fellow councillors, the Acting Municipal Manager, Dr. Gratz, directors, including the new CFO, Mr. Rian du Plessis, acting directors and senior staff members, senior managers, audit committee members, if they are present, and the press. I would like to ask Councillor Browen Johnson to open for us with prayer. Councillors, can you hear me?
Morning,
Yes,
Speaker.
Mo.
Yes, we can.
Did you hear my opening?
Yes, we did, Speaker. We heard you asking Councillor Browen Johnson to open with a prayer.
Thank you. Is Councillor Johnson?
Thank you very much, Speaker. I've just had some issues logging in, but I'm in now.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your presence and thank you for doing the prayer for us, the opening prayer. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Let us bow our heads in prayer. Dear wise and loving Father, let me start and say thank you. Thank you on behalf of gathering us here virtually today in this meeting. Thank you for life itself. Thank you for the measures of health. Thank you for what we can fulfill by the calling of sustenance and for your friendship. Thank you for the ability to be involved in a useful work and for honor of bearing appropriate responsibility. Thank you, Lord, and I ask you that you bless our mayor, that you bless city councillors, that you bless all the city officials. And thank you, Lord, that we can conduct this meeting in a professional manner and in good spirit. I pray for the speaker to keep this meeting in good spirit and that we have a good outcome and looking after the citizens of our town. Thank you, Father, Lord. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Councillor Johnson. And I promise you from my side, I'll try and keep it in the best of spirits. Councillors and officials, you know, the COVID is having an impact on, I suppose, all of us far, far greater and far, far deeper than I believe anyone could foresee or would like to foresee. Without going into detail, we know that many of us have been affected. There is a microphone that has to be muted, please. Thank you for that. Without going into detail and without repeating myself, I would like to ask that we observe a moment of silence to respect those and the memory of those who have left us in recent days, weeks, and months. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. And with that, we also have to congratulate those who have observed and enjoyed and celebrated their birthdays since our last meeting. Many, many congratulations to you. My big wish to all of you is good health and blessings. Before we move on to item 2, I'm going to switch it again as we did last time, and that is that the mayoral address will follow the attendance register or the roll call. Have you had any apologies or applications for leave of absence?
Morning, Speaker. Morning, everybody. Yes, I have got apologies from Councillor Mkamazana, Councillor Nkondu, Councillor Eso. And then from the officials, Mr. Duplessis attending MMC, but he will be attending parts of this meeting. Chantal Edward Close is also attending MMC. And then Ms. Rosemary Bredenkamp has tendered her apologies. Thank you.
Thank you, MM. We will then go through the roll call. You know the drill. Councillor Adams.
Goeiemôre almal. Good morning. Moleni, Gaises.
Dankie. Councillor Bram America.
Present, Speaker.
Councillor America, if I haven't welcomed you properly, my apologies. You have been with us, I think, in a special council meeting. This is your first ordinary council meeting. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Speaker.
Councillor Barnard.
Good morning, present.
Councillor Brown.
Morning, Speaker, present.
Councillor Clark. Sorry, Councillor Buys. Councillor Buys.
Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Buys. Councillor Clark.
Speaker, Councillor Clark is battling to log in. So is Councillor Noble at this stage.
I believe there are quite a number of councillors who are battling to connect. So we'll go through this again. Thank you, Chief Whip. Councillor Cronje.
Present, Speaker.
Councillor Dikilili.
Good morning, Speaker. I'm present.
Councillor De Tooy.
Goeiemôre, Speaker. Teenwoordig.
Councillor Eso has apologized. Councillor Vugland.
Present, Speaker.
Councillor Fry, I know he had challenges connecting. Is he with us?
Speaker, ek is met hier.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Alderman Giereke.
Yeah, good morning, Speaker. Present.
Good morning, Councillor Gultik.
Morning, Speaker. Councillor Gultik present.
Councillor Hector.
Môre teenwoordig.
Councillor Henge.
Molo, Speaker. Dikona, Speaker.
Councillor Ingo.
Môre, Speaker, teenwoordig.
Councillor Jantjies Guzman.
Molo, Somlomo, Dikona, Enkosi.
Thank you. Councillor James. Councillor James. We move on. Councillor Johnson.
Present, thank you.
Councillor Karma.
Speaker, Councillor Karma was also busy trying to sort out connectivity problems with IT rather.
Thank you. Councillor Hector, can you please switch off your, just mute your microphone? Thank you. Alderman Kritzinger.
Present, Speaker.
Councillor Langa. Is Councillor Langa with us? Councillor Lesele.
Dikona Somlomo.
Councillor Lof.
Assalamu alaikum.
Councillor Low.
Present, Speaker. Good morning, all.
Councillor Mbete.
Morning, Speaker. Morning, everyone. I'm present, Speaker.
Councillor Mdaka.
Dikona Somlomo, Jimlona, and Cosmolwen Nonk.
Councillor Mkondu has apologized, and so has Councillor Nkamazana. Councillor Noble, I know he had connection challenges. Has Councillor Noble been able to join us?
Not yet, Speaker. We're still trying to phone him in.
Thank you. I've also received a WhatsApp from Councillor Langa that he is in the meeting. Councillor Nosana.
Molo Somlomo, Dikona.
Thank you. Let me just read Councillor Langa's complete WhatsApp, please. The request, Chief Whip and administration from Councillor Langa is that he please be invited to the meeting. He says his internet router is not connecting today. He's using his own data. If he could please be assisted in that regard, thank you.
Speaker,
Councillor Langa.
hi, good morning to Speaker. How are you?
Good morning. I'm very well, thank you.
Good, good. Speaker, I've just connected now, but the router is still not connecting. I'm using my own data now as we speak. I don't know what the problem is. It sometimes does that, just connects whenever it likes, and then sometimes it just says without internet. And then whenever it likes, it reconnects. So I'm going to have to tussle in between now, but it's costing me a bit.
Thank you, Councillor Langa. I have requested admin. I don't know whether you heard that, to assist you.
I heard that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Alderman Petrus.
Môre collega's, teenwoordig.
Councillor Plata.
Good morning, Speaker, and everyone. I'm in.
Thank you. So am I. Councillor Roofse. He also had challenges.
Good morning, Speaker.
Thank
Good
you.
morning, Speaker. I'm present. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Royland. Is Councillor Royland with us? Councillor Suffers.
Morning, Speaker. I'm present.
Councillor Snyman.
Present, Speaker.
Councillor Stander.
Speaker, Councillor Stander has a problem checking in with
Thank you.
his connection.
Councillor Stemela.
Morning, Speaker. I'm present.
Councillor Strubel, we've just spoken, but please confirm.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Speaker. I'm present. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Alderman Tayizi.
Salam alaikum, Speaker.
Alderman van der Hoeven.
I am present, Speaker, and good morning to everyone.
Morning. Councillor van Niekerk.
Present, Speaker.
Alderman van Wyk.
Present, Speaker. Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor van Brandes.
Present, Speaker.
Councillor Wessels.
Present, Speaker.
Alderman Williams.
Present,
Alderman
Speaker. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Councillor Windwaai.
Goeiemôre, Speaker. Goeiemôre almal. Teenwoordig, Speaker.
Thank you. The Acting Municipal Manager, Dr. Gratz.
Present, Speaker.
The Director Corporate Services.
Good morning, Speaker. Present.
The Director Financial Services.
Present, Speaker.
The Director Planning and Development.
Present, Speaker. Morning, councillors.
The Director Community Services.
Morning, Speaker. Present.
The Director Protection Services.
Present, Speaker.
The Director Electrotechnical Services.
Good morning, Speaker. Present.
Good morning. The Acting Director Civil Engineering Services.
Good morning, Speaker. Present.
And then the Acting Director Human Settlements, that is the Director Planning and Development. She is present. Thank you.
Thank you.
The Acting Director Legal Services and Compliance.
Good morning, Speaker. The Deputy Director, Legal Service and Compliance, present.
My apologies, Deputy Director van Schalkwyk. The Deputy Director Corporate Services, Admin.
Good morning, Speaker. I'm present. Thank you.
The Acting Deputy Director Internal Audit.
Good morning, Speaker. Present.
The Manager Legal Services.
Morning, Speaker. Present.
Is Mr. Miller with us?
Morning, Speaker. Present.
You're very faint, Mr. Miller. I could hear that you are present. Thank you. The Manager IDP.
Good morning, Speaker. Present.
Morning, Dr. Harov. The Manager Communications, she is absent, but I'm sure there's somebody acting in that position.
Morning, Athanas calls for Edward Coates. Thank you.
Morning, Ms. Scores. The Risk Manager, that is also the Acting Deputy Director Internal Audit.
Present. Thank you.
Thank you. The Manager Executive Support Services in the Office of the Municipal Manager. I believe that Mr. Ploy is on leave. Is that correct, MM?
Speaker, that is correct.
Is somebody acting in her place?
No, Speaker.
I don't think at that level, or representing her rather. The manager in the Office of the Executive Mayor.
Morning, Speaker, present.
Morning, Ms. Abrams. And then the acting manager, IT.
Morning, Speaker. Present.
Thank you. The manager committee support, she's absent. The senior committee official committee support.
Present, Speaker.
Thank you. Senior clerk committees, committee support.
Good morning, Speaker, present.
The interpreter, Ms. Apollos.
Good morning, present.
Good morning, Ms. Apollos. We will quickly go through the list for those councillors that were not connected earlier on or whom did not respond. Councillor Clark.
Good morning, Present, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor James. Councillor Karma. Councillor Noble.
Speaker.
Yes. I'm listening, Councillor
I just sent Lamis now. James has sent me on WhatsApp that she's trying to get in. She must die in. You can hear me.
Thank you. You were breaking up there on my device, Councillor Ndaka, but from what I heard, that the request is that Councillor James be dialed in. If somebody could please assist with that. Is Councillor Karma with us? Councillor Noble, has he been able to connect?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. After 15 minutes of struggle, I'm in. Thank you. My apology.
Thank you, Councillor Noble. Councillor Royland, has Councillor Royland rejoined or joined us? Councillor Stander.
Present, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillors, that completes the roll call. Admin, if somebody, well, if a councillor manages to get in the meantime, please recognize them or that their presence. That is Councillors James, Councillor Karma, Councillor Royland. Those are the three that I'm aware of at this stage. We now proceed to the new item 3, which is the mayoral address. Mayor, over to you. We look forward to listening to you. Thank you.
Good morning, Speaker, Deputy Mayor, Chief Whip, Alderman, Councillors, Acting Municipal Manager, Directors, Officials, Media, members of the public. It is indeed a pleasure to welcome our new CFO, Mr. Riaan du Plessis, to his first Ordinary Council meeting today. He has joined George in the month in which our draft annual financial statements for the year ended 30 June 2021 need to be finalised for presentation to the Auditor General by the end of this month. The first draft has indeed been finalised, with no doubt numerous improvements still to be made prior to their presentation for the annual audit. Just some snippets from these financial statements indicate that our total assets are now 4,151 million, with fixed assets at 3,005 million. So in other words, it's 4.1 billion and 3 billion respectively. In this financial year, our service charges are shown to have grown by 7.4% and rates revenue by 6.8%. Our expenditure has grown by 8%, however. This disparity of expenses growing faster than core revenue has contributed to our surplus for the year declining from 60 million rand in 2020 to 35 million in the 2021 financial year. Thanks to the finance team for the work you have done in finalising these accounts. As an illustration of being able to get things done, Council is today dealing with numerous items where policies are being processed or being approved that will improve internal operations and in other cases impact on our relationships and partnerships with the private sector. We are introducing a corporate social investment framework that will enable the corporate sector to contribute social responsibility roles and funding to the benefit of our communities. By way of example, SA Breweries has already indicated their interest in playing such a role. A draft filming policy will provide guidelines on the permitting process to enable film directors to utilize the many excellent locations in the George area for film shoots, which will assist in the promotion of the film industry and ensure that specialist skills are locally acquired. The BPO sector, also known as business processing outsourcing, has been showing a fair amount of interest in George as a location where they can establish contact centers, which is the more modern terminology for what was previously known as call centers. These businesses now offer more sophisticated and technical offerings with rewarding career paths for their employees. As is well known, Cape Town already boasts some 42,000 employees in this industry sector. George has become an attractive location due to the bus service that we offer, safety and security reasons, as well as the prospects of recruiting staff members with a good standard of education. The municipality is playing a facilitating role for these international companies who have started to make exploratory visits to George to do their due diligence studies. It will certainly be of great benefit if we can establish this industry sector here and potentially then offer job opportunities for possibly 4,000 employees after 5 to 7 years. This is a figure that has been bandied about by Cape BPO, who are driving the growth of the sector in Cape Town and the Western Cape. Members of the municipal leadership team are also engaging on a regular basis with the George Business Chamber to explore collaborative opportunities. There are requests to look at how we can improve the ease of doing business through red tape reduction and also for the municipality to simplify some processes. These engagements have been fruitful, and the plan is to hold a virtual meeting soon between chamber members and the management of the municipality. This will then provide the opportunity to discuss the improvements that are, for example, being made within the planning directorate, where town planning approvals are already being dealt with faster. It is also evident that within building control, their processes have also speeded up that approval process. We've also applied for grants to facilitate the ease of doing business. Over the last month or two, a number of feelers have been put out by businesses exploring investment opportunities in George. These include representatives and investors involved in rugby, tennis, and cricket who see George as an investment destination. Our law enforcement teams recently undertook drives within the CBD to clear and clean up vagrant and illegal activities, as well as dealing with illegal electricity connections in Thembalethu. Over the past few weeks, I've made visits to various areas to personally witness the municipality getting things done. The following are some examples. Here I wish to give credit to Mr. Alan Paulser for devising the operation to clean up and improve service delivery in Thembalethu. Most of the directorates are involved in this project and will focus this week and next week on utilizing our EPWP teams as well as community work program teams to get streets clean, clear up illegal dumping, do road marking, fix up street lights and much more as we try to spruce up this part of the municipality. In due course, this project can then be rolled out to other areas. Thembalethu residents have already noticed the improvement there after a few days. Illegal dumping continues to be a scourge, and all efforts to educate and encourage citizens to stop this are to be welcomed. The municipality spends up to 1 million rand a month on these efforts, whereas these funds could be deployed elsewhere to greater benefit of our communities. Incentives are being explored as one way of encouraging the reduction in dumping. Speaker, it is evident to many councillors that the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic are being experienced by many of our impoverished citizens who often rely on receiving helpings of food from the 120 plus soup kitchens that are operated across George. We are extremely grateful for the tireless work being done by the Tannies in preparing meals for thousands of children and adults. It is gratifying to see how some citizens have embraced the concept of developing vegetable gardens at their properties. We need to look at ways of how we can ensure the sustainability of these vegetable gardens through providing outlets for sale of surplus vegetables. At the same time, the Garden Route Food Pantry is doing excellent work in sourcing nourishing food supplies and then distributing these foodstuffs within George and across the Garden Route. They have indicated to us recently that they have provided meals, 1 million meals since the beginning of this year. An interesting challenge and opportunity will be that of facilitating the work being done by the vegetable gardeners, the sourcing of food by the food pantry, and the needs of the soup kitchens to offer more protein or bread items in their menus and the diet that they offer. The corporate sector could also make contributions. It will be a welcome day when the links in this chain can then be connected. I would like to pay tribute to Councillor Johan de Tooy for his thoughts about praying for George during the recent peak of the third wave of COVID-19. Councillor Lisa Struble then played a key role as coordinator of meetings that the faith-based organisations held. My request to them to organise such a prayer gathering was well received, resulting in the CRC Church hosting this event that was also broadcast via social media platforms and radio stations. I applaud this collaborative effort and wish to thank everyone involved in organising and hosting this prayer gathering. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate our Tokyo Olympic surfing silver medal winner, Bianca Buitendag, for her achievement, as well as pole vaulter Mireille Reinsdorf for winning gold at the Under-20 World Championships in Nairobi, Kenya. We take note of the much-needed maintenance work being undertaken on our main building since last week. The heavy rains experienced last week resulted in some internal flooding. This precipitated that other neglected internal housekeeping is now also being done as part of the cleanup operations. I once again wish to express my thanks to the management team, ably led by Dr. Gratz, for the efforts they are collectively putting in to improve the efficiencies of departments within the organisation. It is common knowledge that organisations periodically require rejuvenation to re-energise, freshen up, and become more agile. This process is underway and we look forward to the future. Thank you for your efforts. The appearance of George is looking much better. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Maya. It is a pleasure to listen to that. We will now go over to the replies to the mayoral address. And first to speak there is the ANC. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. I will deal with this item. First of all, from the ANC side, we also want to welcome Mr. Riaan du Plessis as the new CFO. We are sure that he's going to get the cooperation from everyone here and from our side definitely. We're looking forward to a more balanced budget that we've got currently. Secondly, we're talking about rates that grown about at 7.4%, while the inflation rate in the country is 4.8%. So it is almost double what the inflation rate is. So it's something that we cannot claim as a performance, the 7.4%. We as George citizens, and especially the poorest of the poor, are getting more poorer every day. The film policy must be applauded. It's a good thing, but this thing comes a long way, and perhaps this time something will materialize from that. We claim the bus service as a huge increase asset for George, but the bus service in the most important area in George, the furthest way, the area furthest away from the center, Thembalethu, don't have a bus service. And promises. We're really looking forward that service be implemented where it is really needed. It is 10 years now almost. Investment opportunities, with special reference to sport. We had a huge opportunity by hosting the Sevens in George. We lost that. Please, can we do something to keep investment in George and not be a failure continuously? The cleanup campaign in Thembalethu, applauding. I want to applaud all ANC councillors for their continuous persistence to deal with this issue and illegal dumping. Thank you that the municipality at last reacted to the campaign by the ANC councillors in Thembalethu to deal with these issues. It is a serious issue that need to, and thank you for Mr. Paulse for reacting and getting something together at last. Soup kitchens must be applauded. We must just make sure that all areas are covered. The Garden Route Food Pantry is a huge asset for the district. It is situated in George, so George get the best service from, or the best opportunities from that. I think my time is over. I just want to close off with a huge applaud, and I'm applauding a lot today to Bianca Buitendag, who brought us silver in George. In course.
Thank you, Alderman van der Wulfen. Next to speak on this item is the PBI. You have 3 minutes, Alderman. Giereke.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, we live in one city. Congratulations to the Olympic medalist. But we also had another Olympic athlete by the name of Mr. Elroy Galant, who ended up 34th in a race of 106 athletes, the cream of the crop in the world. So we congratulate him for his participation also in making George proud. Just a thing of the huge surpluses that we're building up. With all due respect, it is pointless to build up huge surplus accounts and your ordinary citizens are suffering due to high electricity prices and due to the tariffs that we need to pay now, even on escort services for traffics at funerals and so on, in which case your poorest of the poor cannot afford. So today the PBI submit that the George Council must reconsider the price hike of electricity. The poor people, the average people, the working class and the middle class cannot afford it. And we must, in our adjustment budget, reconsider the price of electricity and also the escort services of the traffics to functions and also to funerals. Then, in terms of the food pantry, we were in support of the food pantry at the district municipality. We have learned of late that some people go there with their political party T-shirts and pose there for photos and so on. Don't play politics with providing food to the poor. It's not on, it's ungodly, it's unethical, and it cannot be condoned. And Mr. Mayor, it is just, unacceptable that the DA government is finding out after every 5 years that our towns and our streets are now so dirty that you need to jack up and employ EPWP teams to make to clean up our streets and so on. Every 5 years, just before the elections, you're coming up with those type of gimmicks but throughout the 5 years, our streets are dirty and our elderly are living in squalor, and it is just unacceptable. With regard to employment opportunities and a safe city, George is not a safe city. We've seen recently the crime spiking, escalating, and the municipality must do something to do something with regard to partnerships with the police, the neighborhood watchers, the CPS, and so on. Also to show a presence in our neighborhoods so that we can control the issue of crime, even implementing bylaws and so on. This is a serious plea that we have been asking for quite some time. And again, we repeat this plea. Is the time up, Mr. Speaker?
If the bell rings, the time is up, Alderman Giereke.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next to speak on this item is the EFF. Is Councillor Khama with us? I don't see his name on the list here. If he is present and he can't speak at the moment, I will give him another opportunity should he wish to do so. Next to speak then is Good. Councillor Hector, you have 3 minutes.
Môre Speaker. Ja, dit wat die burgemeester genoem het is vir goed eintlik is dit eerlikwaar is dit niks zeggend. En noem van law enforcement wat so aktief doenig is in areas soos Mbalelo en die CBD wat hy oorbeklemtoon. In ander weke, selfs hier in hierdie wijk 27, is ek konstant besig om klagtes te rapporteer van onwettighede wat hier aangaan. Maar niks aandag word geskenk nie, seker omdat dit maar 'n goed wijk is. Dit is maar seker die rede. Rondom skoonmaak is dieselfde probleem. Ek self het onlangs in Mbalelo gery en dit wat ons hier sê in die raad is dink ek ons moet ons raadslede kan almal ons kan toer vat deur Mbalelo en dan kan ons gaan kyk en so ook in ander weke of dit werklik stand kan staan. Ten spyte van dat dit omtrent genoem was omtrent R1 miljoen gespandeer word maandeliks. Lyk dit met die R1 miljoen is meer belangrik as die skoonmaak. Soveel so, ons ook onlangs gesien het die vreemde trokke met vreemde registrasies wat ook doenig is op die legal dumpings. Weet nie waar vandaan kom hulle nie. Weet nie wat het gebeur van die community-based contracteurs en dis meer nie. COVID blyk 'n bekommernis te wees, maar die werklikheid is in hierdie is soveel so dat ons ook 'n minuut van stilte gehad het wat aangekondig was nou deur die speaker. Maar die werklike verstand is in die hartjie van COVID van die vlaag 3 word mense se krag geblok. Mense sit sonder krag, elektrisiteit in die hartjie van COVID. En dit is wat hierdie George munisipaliteit doen. Speaker. Ja, dit is basies, maar ook ek weet nie, vandag is 'n treurige dag. Vir George van ons amptenare verskyn in George hof. Ek bedank Dr. Gratz vir al haar goeie werk tot dusver. Maar ek dink as daai amptenare nou 10:00, 11:00 uit die hof uitkom, kom hulle weer lekker daar werk by werksaam. Ek weet nie kom daar nie opgetree raak teen hierdie tipe sake nie. Rondom die Go George, soos die ANC genoem het, is 10 jaar al. Ek weet nie, die projek het 2014 begin. Heidelik kan ons nie praat van Go George as 'n sukses nie. Daar is net nie 'n wil om uit te rol in soos wat ooreengekom was nie. Dit is totaal, as ons gaan kyk, weer eens sê ek, kom wat ons 'n toer vat as raadslede saam met u en ons kan veral soggens wat ons gaan kyk wat sê die mense van hierdie wêreldklas dis dankie speaker.
Speaker, we don't hear anything.
Sorry, Ms. Apollos' microphone has not been unmuted yet. There we go now. If Ms. Apollos, can you please translate? Thank you.
Yona kwintetho yayo ndiyayiva kakhulu usodolophu le nto oyithethileyo nezinto ezininzi ozikhankanyileyo. Uthethe malunga ne-law enforcement e-active okanye ebonakalayo edolophini nakwezinye iingingqi zaseThemba Lethu. Kodwa ke kwezinye iiwodi sifaka izikhalazo sincane kungahoywa. Mhlawumbi ke inoba ke le nto ezinye le wodi ndithetha ngayo iyiwodi yeGood yiloo nto ingahoywa. Ukhankanyile ke malunga nokucocwa okwenziwa okanye cleaning eyenziwayo kwiingingqi ezithile okanye kwiingingqi zaseThemba Lethu. Noba basikhe sithathe uhambo okanye sikhe sindwendwelwe kwezinye zeengingqi ezikhankanyiweyo sikhe sijonge ubumdaka obukhoyo. Uthethe malunga ne-1 million echithwayo ngenyanga rhoqo ekucoceni ezi illegal dumping sites. Kodwa ke into esiyibonayo imkhangeleka ingathi kubakho iimoto zonga Eastern Cape ezingenayo zizococa kule illegal dumping sites singazaziyo ukuba zivelaphi. Ikhangeleka ingathi iyachithwa kakhulu le mali yale 1 million endaweni yokubana kubhatalwe abantu abangabalapha. Ukhankanye malunga ne-COVID-19 uba isisifo esikhoyo futhi ke sade sanika nomzuzu uba masikhe sithule sithobele imbeko, sinike imbeko kwaba basanduleleyo kwezi nyanga zidlulileyo ngenxa yalo bhubhano uyi-COVID. Ewe ndiyavuma uba sisifo esikhoyo, kodwa kwesi sigaba sesithathu se-COVID sikhoyo abantu basacinyelwa imibane nangoku, basablokelwa imibane abantu kodwa bahleli neengxaki zokungafumani ngeniso. Kodwa umasipala wethu wenza izinto ezinjalo ebantwini. Uthi ke namhlanje lusuku ke olubi okanye olucothayo kakhulu eGeorge ngoba ezinye zee-officials ziyavela namhlanje enkundleni. Nezo zinto ke zifuneka zijongwe, kuzawuthathwa ingathi akho kwanto yenzekileyo. Khankanyile ke malunga ne-Go George ukuba i-Go George ayiwenzi umsebenzi bekumele uba okanye ayihambi ngohlobo bekumele ihamba ngalo. Uthi ke xa kunothi kujongwe ekuseni ngakumbi ekuseni kujongwe intsokolo kanye neendlela abantu abazisebenzisayo, uzawubona into yobana i-Go George ayiwenzi umsebenzi ekumele uyawenza. Ngoko ke asinokuthi yi-project is-successful.
Thank you, Ms. Apollos. Next to speak on this item is the ICDP. Councillor De Tooy, you have 3 minutes.
Baie dankie, Speaker. Speaker, ek wil begin deur dat die ACDP ons innige meegevoel en simpatie betuig met al die familielede wat mense verloor het gedurende die COVID-19 wat afgesterf het. Ons bid die Here se geliefde en oor julle harte uitgestort sal word. En dan, Speaker, laat my toe om vir die burgemeester baie dankie te sê dat hy gehoor gegee het aan die woord van God wat gekom het op 29 Julie, 2 Kronieke 7 vers 14, en vir ons die biddag gereël het op 14 Augustus. Ek wil my verstout om te sê, dit was 'n reuse sukses. Dit het die breë kerk bymekaar gebring en ek glo nie dit gaan die einde wees daarvan nie. Ek dink dit is die begin, omdat hy as eerste burger sy goedkeuring en inisiatief daaraan gegee het. Baie dankie. Ook aan ons nuwe CFO Rian Du Plessis. Ek het hom al reeds welkom geheet in Impact vergadering, maar ook hier by ons raadsvergadering wil ek vir hom sê baie welkom. En George, ons glo hy gaan 'n lang en gelukkige tyd saam met ons hier hê en dat hy mooi na ons finansies sal omsien, sodat ons net die beste vir ons inwoners kan gee. En dan 'n speaker wat my bekommerd as ACDP is die belastings wat net altyd hoër en hoër gaan. Ons het nou hoor die burgemeester praat van 6 en 7% wat die belasting styg. Nou juis in hierdie tyd van COVID-19 waar werkloosheid aan die orde van die dag is en mense nie by die werk kan uitkom nie. Ek het gister juis oor die radio gehoor dat Suid-Afrika se werkloosheidssyfer staan aan die 44%. Dit raak so daaraan. So, dit is kommerwekkend as ons daarna kyk. Wat gaan gebeur? Ons mense kan nie meer hulle belastings betaal nie. So, dan gaan ons maar net as raad die dienste van hulle ontneem. En dit is vir ons bekommerd. Maar dan is daar ook 'n ligpunt wat ons burgemeester gesê het, daar's 'n moontlikheid dat daar werkskeping gaan wees van vele mense en dat ons mense ook sal besighede sal inkorporeer in George en dit maklik vir hulle sal maklik maak om besigheid hier te kom doen. Ons het absoluut elke geleentheid nodig om werkskeping daar te stel. En dankie ook aan die burgemeester wat die verskillende areas besoek het en om homself te vergewis hoe dit daar gaan. Dit beteken dat hy omgee vir ons mense en ook die voedselvoorsiening aan die armes. Dit is en hulle wat nie werk het nie, ons kinders en ons senior burgers wat honger, baie keer honger gaan slaap en ons, dankie, maar laat my net toe om te sê, die Bybel sê, as jy aan die armes gee, leen jy aan God. Dankie, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Du Toit. Mr. Paulus, translation, please.
ACDP ithi ke yona ke inovelwano kakhulu okanye iyavelana kakhulu nefamily okanye amasapho athe aphulukana nezihlobo nezalamano zalo ngeli xesha libi linzima kangaka le-COVID-19. Uthi ke mabomelezeke ngexesha libi kangaka. Uthi uyabulela ke kakhulu Sodolophu othe wathobela izwi likaThixo wakota ke phaa kwincwadi yeziKronike zesibini chapter 17 verse 14. Uthi uyabulela kakhulu ngomhla we-14 kaAugust indibano yomthandazo ibithe yabanjwa ibiyimpumelelo kakhulu futhi ke idibanise amabandla kakhulu apha eGeorge. Uthi ke ndiyakholelwa ukubana ke ayizokuphelela apho futhi ke ndiyabulela wena Sodolophu wena njengentloko okanye njengomkhokheli omkhulu wethu walapha eGeorge xa izothi iqale kuwe into yokubana wena uthobele. Ndiyabulela kakhulu. Uthi ke ndiyamamkela uCFO Mr. Du Plessis kodwa ke besimamkele kwikomiti ye-impact kodwa ke nalapha kwibhunga siyakwamkela futhi ke siyathemba ukuba sizawusebenzisana kakuhle nawe. Uthi ke irhafu iya inyuka kakhulu ngeli xesha linzima le-COVID. Abantu bakuthi abaphangeli. Uthi uve izolo bemamele bemamele ereyidweni esithi 44% apha eMzantsi Afrika anani elinyukileyo labantu abathe baphulukana nemisebenzi wabo ngeli xesha le-COVID. Kodwa ke abantu bayasokola ukuthi bahlawule amatyala wabo. Ngase ke nathi sibacingele kwirhafu okanye kwibane onyukayo. Uthi ke ngakhona ke amathuba omsebenzi bakunokuthi kwenziwe urhwebo apha eGeorge kudalwe amathuba emisebenzi. Uthi ke uSodolophu uthe wandwendwela iingingqi ezininzi lapha eGeorge, into ethetha ukuthi uyakhathala kakhulu ngabantu, uyakhathala ngabantu abangathathi ntweni, uyakhathala nangabantwana abalambayo nabantu abasokolayo. Uthi ke intetho yakhe yokuvalelisa into yobana isandla, hayi uthi xa usipha ihlwempu uyaboleka kuThixo. Enkosi.
Thank you, Mr. Paulus. Before we move to the next speaker, two things. I see that Councillor Royland has joined us. He has indicated so in the chat box. And Councillor Langa has indicated to me, and I've also put that in the chat box, that his own private data has run out. And the request is for IT to please try and see if you can assist him with his dongle. If that service can please be rendered and receive attention. Thank you for that. We move to the next speaker, which is the Freedom Front Plus. Councillor van Niekerk, you have 3 minutes.
Baie dankie Speaker, goeiemôre nie en deur een na die burgemeester. Burgemeester, dankie vir die oorsig wat u gelewer het. U het redelik punte aangeraak wat ek kan kommentaar op lewer. Baie is al reeds deur die vorige sprekers aangehaal en ek gaan dit nie herhaal nie. COVID is 'n realiteit. Ek het gisteraand weer 'n bitter goeie vriend van my verloor deur COVID. Ek is nog half in skok daaroor en net die Here sal voorsien vir ons daar en daarvoor is ek dankbaar vir raadslid Du Toit se inisiatiewe en wat u ook ondersteun het en almal wat daarby bygedra het. Heer burgemeester, George het ontsaglike beleggingspotensiaal. Daarvoor het ons deursigtige, gesonde, korrupsievrye administrasie nodig want die munisipaliteit soos u self weet speel 'n kardinale rol in die groei van die ekonomie van George. Nie net die werkverskaffing nie, maar ook deur die skep van geleenthede. Maar daardie geleenthede moet, as ons kyk vanaf 2016 na nou toe, was dit nie altyd geleenthede nie. Daar was minder aangename insidente. Ek gaan nie die geskiedenis herhaal nie, u dra kennis daarvan en ons almal glo en vertrou dat die ergste aangespreek is. Maar daar is nog steeds die klein jakkalsies op die grond. U het gepraat van entrepreneurskap. Ek het gisteraand byvoorbeeld weer 'n persoon uit die gemeenskap, 'n entrepreneur my genader wat groente verkoop vir 'n lewe. Nou hulle koop die groente aan, dan verkoop hulle dit by stalletjies. En wat die persoon nou, dis die informasie wat ek sit, maar kyk nou na wat weer. Jy het gesê law enforcement het 'n skoonmaakproses begin. Law enforcement het die stalletjies besoek. Tussen hulle was daar 'n stalletjie wat oop staan, wat nou al vir maande nie gebruik word nie, en dit wil my voorkom asof van hulle produkte nou maar in daai oop plek ook gestaan het. Toe word al hulle produkte nou, die groente en vrugte, gekonfiskeer en hulle kry nou 'n boete. Nou u verstaan, hulle koop die goed aan, hulle verkoop dit om weer te gaan koop. Nou is alles weggevat. Die persoon kan my nie sê wat van dit geword het nie, of dit nou ergens in 'n houer lê en vrot nie, wat ook al nie. En nou is die vraag aan my, hoe moet ons nou hierdie goed betaal? Ons moes dit nou verkoop het. En so baie keer in ons optrede moet ons miskien na die verdere nagevolge van ons dade dink, en die implikasie wat dit aan die entrepreneur wie hier op staat maak in hierdie moeilike COVID-tyd vir sy brood en botter. Wat die reaksie daarvan gaan wees. Is dit nie maar wenslik om net die persoon dan nou, as dit moet, 'n boete te gee nie, maar nou om alles te konfiskeer, u sit hom nou met basies sonder geld, sonder inkomste, sonder enige iets. Dit is die dinge daarin wat seer maak. My tyd is om. Dankie, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor van die Kerk. Mr. Paulus, translation, please.
Uthi enkosi kakhulu sodolophu, ndiyabulela ngentetho yakho, kodwa uthi ke into eninzi siyichaphazelwe zizithethi ezingaphambili, ngoko ke andizuthetha kakhulu. Uthi ke i-COVID ke ikho, futhi ke phezolo ndiye ndaphulukana nesihlobo sam. Uthi ndisothukile kakhulu nangoku into yoba ndilahlekelwe ngumhlobo wam. Uthi ke i-COVID ke yinto ekhoyo. Uthi iGeorge inesakhono kakhulu, ingakumbi kwezoqoqosho. Uthi inesakhono kakhulu uba kunokwenziwa ezorhwebo. Maninzi amathuba anokudalwa, anokubangela uba abantu kuvulwe amathuba emisebenzi. Xa kunoba khona indlela ekwenziwa ngayo, kucwangciswe, kujongwe, futhi ke kuzanywe ukuba kutsalwe abantu abazokwazi ukuzofaka imali kwenze kuqhube amashishini. Uthi phezolo kuye kwakhona usomashishini oye waza kuye umntu ozithengisela i-veg, uye waza kuye wazomxelela into yokubana i-law enforcement ibifikile apho bathengisela khona, yaye ke yabanika i-fine futhi yaxutha nezinto zabo azi bazithengisayo. Uthi ke ngabantu abathenga bathengise, ngoko ke xa kuzothi kuhluthwe izinto zabo ezi bazithengisela, ngokuba bahleli ne-fine kodwa nezinto zabo ziye zaxuthwa. Uthi ke ngexesha likhoyo le-COVID funeka zijongwe izinto ezinjalo, into yobana xa kuthi kuthathwe izinto okanye abantu abazenzela ingeniso ngalo, kuthiwa makuthweni na kubantu abangathathi ntweni.
Thank you, Mr. Paulus. Last to reply to the mayoral address is the Democratic Alliance. Councillor Barnard, you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Speaker. Thank you very much. Speaker, allow me to congratulate the Mayor on a great mayoral speech, which really touches on what the George municipality is doing for the residents of the city. Some of my colleagues refer to the fact that there are surpluses that are in our banking accounts. And I need to stress the fact that we need these surpluses because this is the way that we pay for internally funded CAPEX projects. And if we do not have the surpluses, we cannot fund these capital projects with internal funding. Then we heard a referral made to the fact that electricity has been hiked by the George municipality. Colleagues, we need to remember that if it was not for the mismanagement and theft that we've seen at Eskom over the past several years, these electricity hikes would not be needed. Electricity tariffs are determined by NERSA, and we need to keep in mind that the George municipality is actually now paying 23.5% more for electricity than it was a year ago. So it is really very unfair to blame the tariff hikes of electricity on the municipality when it's actually Eskom's poor management and theft that has resulted in this position. We heard about our city that is being cleaned up and that Thembalethu is seeing a blitz taking place there. I would like to also thank the staff and Mr. Alan Paulson for this initiative. But unfortunately, we clean today and tomorrow some of the same areas are dirty again. The cleaning is not just taking place in Thembalethu, it is, however, taking place in all wards throughout the George municipal area. Then we heard a referral made to electricity being turned off, where people are owing accounts. Again, councillors, we need to keep in mind that the municipality has an approved credit control policy. And this credit control policy deals with outstanding accounts. And if we do not fund and manage to generate our income and actually it's in the money that we are owed, where will we be able to get funding from for those capital projects that I referred to earlier under the surplus funds? So we are simply implementing our own policies when it comes to debt collection. When we come to the informal traders, I was checked up on that. I hear what Councillor van Niekerk said about it, but we need to keep in mind that, again, we do have rules and regulations when it comes to informal traders. We don't want to take the bread off people's tables, but we also cannot allow people to willy-nilly just sell wherever they want. Informal trading is regulated by permits. Informal trading must also not obstruct our pavements. And we have a waiting list for informal traders. Thank you very much, Speaker. Well done to the Mayor on a great speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barnard. I've had another request from Councillor Langa. He says that he can't get through to IT. I would really appeal that every effort be made to enable him to participate in the proceedings today. Thank you. We move to item 4 on the agenda, which is official notices. I'm not aware of any. There are none. Item 5, disclosure of interest by councillors. Item 5 of the Code of Conduct for councillors, and disclosure of benefits by municipal staff members. Item 5 of the Code of Conduct for municipal staff members. No such disclosures were received. Item 6, list of deferred items. I'm not aware of any. Item 7, minutes of the previous meetings. Item 7.1, minutes of an ordinary e-council meeting held on 29 July 2021. Can I get a proposer and a seconder there?
Snyman proposes.
Councillors, please decide.
Snyman.
Snyman, thank you. And Barnard seconds. Proposed by Councillor Snyman, seconded by seconded by Councillor Barnard. Item 7.2, minutes of a special e-council meeting held on 13 August 2021. Seconder.
Struble proposes.
Proposed by Struble, seconded by?
Second by Clark.
Councillor Clark, thank you. Item 8, minutes of the Executive Mayor in Committee meetings. Item 8.1, minutes of the E-Mayor in Committee meeting held on 26 July 2021. Item 8.1.1, amendment of the adopted subdivision plan for the development of the Metro Grounds Industrial Urban and authorization to proceed with the rezoning of the land. First to speak there is Councillor Stander. Councillor Stander, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the main purpose of this item is to obtain approval from Council to amend the subdivision plan that was adopted at the ordinary Council meeting held on the 29th of August 2012 referring to the development of the metro grounds. A portion of this land was provided for residential purposes, and these residential sites have been finalized. The issue under discussion today is about the industrial urban within this new development. Speaker, trends amongst local upcoming businessmen have shown that their needs are for smaller but more affordable urban instead of the original last urban planned at the size of about 4,000 square meters per earth. Speaker, there is no doubt that smaller but more affordable urban will be of great advantage to our upcoming industrialists and entrepreneurs. I herewith propose the recommendation on page 50 for the amendment and replanning of the previous subdivision plan. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stander. The next to speak on this item is the ANC. Councillor Nusana, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning, everyone. Before I get into the item itself, Speaker, I'd like to ask whoever is commenting on behalf of human settlement must just refrain from commenting in Afrikaans because not all of us understands Afrikaans. Thank you. Now back to my item. We as the ANC are not against the continuation of the project itself, but our concern is the fact that we speak about financial implications, but there are no figures attached. Can someone just give us the figures? Because I believe that the reason why there's a column for financial implication is for council to be aware as to how much is going to be used and where. Secondly, on the issue of mandating to amend subdivision plan, it should be put on record here that we plan to mandate the to amend the subdivision plan for the metro grounds only. Changes must be highlighted as to what is to be amended. And this should be workshopped with everyone because subdivision, Speaker, is a very critical issue and it should be treated as such. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nusana. Councillors, there was a question by Councillor Nusana. I want to encourage all councillors that they get responses and answers to the questions that they have before they come to council. These are administrative matters. I don't see any reason why the information that you require or that is required cannot be obtained before a meeting. Can we please get a response to Councillor Nusana's question? Regarding
Speaker, just before the response of the can you give me an opportunity? My hand is up.
Councillor Nomawetu, I will give you an opportunity once the has spoken. Thank you.
Absolutely. Okay, sure.
I also see Councillor Langa's hand is up. I assume he's with us now. Regarding the question regarding the numbers, the figures. That question that Councillor Nusana inquired about, please.
Speaker, I'm not sure if Ms. Waring would be in a position to answer that.
Thank you, Ms. Waring.
Thank you, Speaker, councillors. This is a relatively simple matter because the rights the zoning is in place, and it's just to enable us to densify the industrial sites. So we can probably do it internally, utilizing our own staff, because there's no other complications in this regard. It's a relatively simple matter.
Thank you, Ms. Waring. Councillor Nusana.
Thank you, Speaker. Before I say something, I just want to sorry, is someone speaking? I just want to say this, Speaker. The reason why this item is here is because it must be served to council, and we have a right to ask whatever we want to ask, because this person who submitted this item was supposed to put the figures in, not me going to find out what the figures is, but the item is here in council already. So it can't be my fault, and I will ask whatever I need to be clarified on. So, Speaker, sorry, Speaker, I'm still speaking now.
Councillor Nusana, I am speaking. When I'm speaking, you are supposed to be silent. Thank you. Councillor Nsana,
Sure.
I don't need a lecture about what is to be allowed and what not. All I'm saying is I'm trying to assist the process and I'm trying to assist all present. And all I'm asking is, please consider going to admin before the meeting so that you can have the answer. If you need to share that, then you can say, I have received the answer. This was my question. I have received the answer. That facility is available and open. Thank you.
I think you should also consider telling the staff to bring everything when they are bringing the item
Councillor
in.
Nsana, you've
Not
had your
lecturing.
turn. Thank you very much.
I'm paid to be here. I can be here until
Councillor
tomorrow
Nsana,
morning if I can,
Councillor
because
Nsana,
I'm paid to be
Councillor
here.
Nsana for the last time. Councillor Namawetu.
Speaker, why are you so sensitive today?
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you very much. Good morning. Am I the only one who's speaking, or is there someone else? Good morning again, Speaker. Speaker, I could not have placed it better than Councillor Nosana. Speaker, the reason these items are here is for us to deliberate and take decisions on those items. And if the item does not have a full information, we cannot take a decision on the item. So I plead with you, Speaker, please bear with us, because it's not our duty to run around seeking questions that should have been part of the item in the first place. So I concur with what she says. You must make sure that every information before the item is signed off, every information, because when you talk about financial implications, you must say so much is a financial implication in this item. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Jantjies Guzman. Councillor Jantjies Guzman, I am like you. I am trying to assist the process. I'm not denying somebody the right to ask a question in council. All I'm saying and all I'm asking is, if you have questions, in order to aid the process, please try and obtain those answers before the meeting. That's all. Councillor Langa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mine is going to be very short, directly to you, Mr. Speaker. Again, the question of using Afrikaans as part of the minutes is a problem. We are not going to run around, Mr. Speaker, asking for people to translate the Afrikaans minutes for us. English is the medium language. So can you please stick to that, and the administration must understand that, because it's a waste of time. If a person can be able to put the minutes in English, everybody would understand. There won't be a need for anybody to go around and ask, what does this mean and what this is? So can you please put that right? Because you are saying now she must go and ask for questions and what have you. But if it was put in English, it would have been understood. So you are also wasting time now, Mr. Speaker, for allowing such things to happen. Thank you.
Councillor Langa. Thank you. Administration, please note the observations by Councillor Langa regarding the use of language. Thank you very much. And I'm pleased that Councillor Langa has joined us. IT, can I please ask that you also try and assist by allowing Councillor Kama in or inviting him? I don't see his name yet. And I haven't received anything from him, so I don't know whether he will be joining us. Councillor Langa, can you please lower your hand? I see the Chief Whip's hand is up. Councillor Barnard.
Thank you, Speaker. Could IT please try to assist Councillor America as well? He's also battling. Thank you.
Thank you. And there's also something in the chat box about Councillor Mdaka, who is connected but has no audio, it seems. We have challenges. Let's see if we can resolve that. The next to speak on this item is Alderman Giereke. You have 1 minute, Alderman.
Yes, Speaker, can I just ask in my speaking time that we stick to the issues, please, and stop all this running around and let us get to the business of the day. I've just written to the municipal manager and director Waring yesterday with regard to officials that do not answer our emails or messages. So you have such in the municipality, and this is why we're asking the questions on the council platform. I hereby support the African National Congress with regard to the cost, because if we had the information initially, we would not have asked the questions. Officials must come to council with a comprehensive report. Also with regard to cost, it's not for us to run around and write to officials. They must come to inform council comprehensively. Otherwise, I'm not going to entangle myself today in Nationalist Party apartheid politics. We're going to get to the business, and we'll see how far we get. And if we need to be evicted from this meeting, we'll see. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Alderman Giereke. Next to speak on this item is Councillor van Niekerk. You have 2 minutes, Councillor van Niekerk.
Thank you, Speaker. Dis baie verfrissend om te sien dat die behoefte van entrepreneurs nou omgesien word met die beskikbaarmaking van die 41 industriële erwe. Dit is 'n lang tyd wat dit al aankom. Ons neem ook kennis van die voorneme vir die hoë digtheidsbehuisingsprojek met ongeveer 408 families in die lae inkomste groep kan akkommodeer wat ook ons ook ondersteun natuurlik. Wat ons net nie sien nie is die behoefte by sulke hoë digtheidsprojekte om oop areas ook vir voorsiening te maak, parkies waar kinders kan speel, mense vir wandelinge kan gaan, as wat hulle vasgevang word in die engtes of die noute, beperk is in die huisies. Ons weet dat die huise nie baie groot is nie, ons wil graag dit wil sien. Dan Speaker, net laastens sal ons ook graag wou sien dat daar behoefte begin gemaak word vir middelinkomste gemeenskappe in George. Dis daai mense wat nie kwalifiseer vir huisverbande nie, en wat noodgedwonge moet huur en astronomiese huurkostes moet betaal omdat hulle nie onder die lae inkomste groepe sorteer nie en ook nie die estates wat opskiet oral om George se behuising kan bekostig nie en dan aangewese is op huurinkomste. Daar is net nie meer erwe te koop in George waar jy 'n normale huis.
Councillor van Niekerk, we've lost you. Your microphone is muted.
Jammer Speaker, ek is terug. Ek weet nou nie waar hy nou gemute nie. Kan u my net daar 'n riglyn gee?
You were referring to the middle class who has no housing.
Ek sal net graag wil sien dat die middelklas inkomste gemeenskappe van George ook aandag kan geniet met sulke beplannings, want daar nie almal van hulle kwalifiseer vir bank lenings vir miljoene rande nie. Die eiendom beskikbaar in George nie. Nie almal van hulle kan in hierdie estates wat nou opskiet oral om George bekostig om daar te gaan bly nie. En hulle is aangewese dan op huurkontrakte wat in hier is astronomies hoog in George. As gevolg van die vraag en aanbod. En dit sal gaaf wees as ons weer kan situasie kry waar daar 'n normale erwe beskikbaar is, waar jy 140 vierkante meter huis maar ongeveer kan gaan bou met die oog op latere verdere aanbouing en verbetering en soos jy dan nou uitbrei in jou behoeftes kan adresseer.
Thank you, Councillor van Niekerk. Mr. Paulus, translation, please.
Uthi ke thina ke siyazixhasa kakhulu i-recommendation malunga nokwenziwa available kwezisa ku-464. Uthi ke zikhona ii-families ekufuneka zijongiwe izindlu ezingakwazi abantu abangakwazi ukufikelela kuzo zonke ngenxa yeba izindlu sube abantu bangakwazi ukonela kuyo. Uthi kufuneka kwenziwe izibonelelo kubantu abangakhwalifayiyo, abantu abanjenga-middle class, abantu abangakhwalifayiyo bangafumana nabo bangaxhamla kwezi zindlu zinikezelwayo, nabantu abakhatywayo okanye abangakhwalifayiyo. Funeka kwenziwe isibonelelo, kujongwe kwizinto ezinjalo. Xa kwenziwa ezi zicwangciso nabo kwenzela uba bajongwe, ngoba bakhona ii-estates ezibakhona abangakwaziyo ukufikelela kuzo ngamaxabiso. Ngoko kuthi makwenziwe isiza okanye kujongwe umhlaba o-available okanye okhona apho nabo abantu abangakwaziyo uxhamla bazawuthi nabo bakwazi ukuthi bakhwalifaye.
Thank you, Mr. Paulus. Last to speak on this item is Alderman Petrus. You have 1 minute, Alderman Petrus.
Dankie, Speaker. Ek sekondeer die voorstel.
Thank you, Alderman Petrus. We move to item 8.1.2. Application to purchase a portion of the remainder of Earth 464 George, adjacent to Earth 12790 George. First to speak here is Councillor Vugland. You have 2 minutes.
Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, as you've alluded in your introduction, the purpose of this item is to consider an application that we receive to purchase a portion of the remainder of 464. It will have no cost for the municipality. The municipality, in fact, will gain some income if council approves this today. And it is therefore my submission that council accepts the recommendation as it is on page 55 of today's agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vugland. Councillor Lusana. You are next to speak. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. As the ANC, we note the recommendation on page 55 with grave concerns on what is raised by the Department of Development and Planning, and hoping that what just happened here will also be done in other areas when the need arises. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Nosana. The last to speak on this item is Councillor von Brandes. You have 1 minute, Councillor von Brandes.
Thank you, Speaker. I second the recommendation of my colleague.
Thank you. We move to item 8.1.3, application to purchase a portion of the remainder of Earth 464 George and Earth 4627 George for parking purposes. First to speak there is Councillor Cronje. You have 2 minutes, Councillor Cronje.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the purpose of this report is to consider an application received from Westcom 27 Pty Limited on behalf of DF Scott Cash and Carry to purchase a portion of the remainder of Earth 464 and 6427 for parking purposes. Then an application was received from Westcom, the owner of the land of DF Scott Cash and Carry, to acquire a portion of the remainder of Earth 464. 940 square meter and Earth 6427 708 square meter, situated adjacent their property for parking purposes. The estimated sizes, portions are approximately 940, as I said, and 708 square meters. Then the municipality valuer determined the market-related selling price of 150 rand per square meter, or 247,000, was included for Earth 6427 and a portion of the remainder of 464. The recommendation as on page sorry, Speaker. Time to scroll down to there. Then the recommendation is on page 61 and 62. I recommend to propose. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Cronje. Councillor Nosana, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Firstly, I would like to know, are there no other people that are interested in this land? Because I hear the Department of Planning and Development talking about an out-of-hand sale. Yet in our areas, we have to fight for crashes that are also looking for adjacent vacant land that are told by this municipality that a tender must be put out and there must be a bid. But why are we having double standards? Why are we not consistent? So I just like to know, is there no one else who is interested in this land so that it can also go on a tender? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nosana.
Ms. Swearing.
Apologies. Thank you. A process has and will be must always be followed when we are going to be alienating, whether it's via lease or disposal, council land. And there are various ways of undertaking this public process. But whether it's a tender, whether it's an out-of-hand sale or an out-of-hand lease, all of the proposals are advertised for comment. And that comment then gets taken into consideration when these matters are submitted to council. If there is no comment, then obviously we cannot submit that to council. And yeah, I think that's just to say there's a variety of methodologies that can be utilized, and not only tender. And maybe Speaker and councillors, just to say that in the forthcoming month, we will be bringing the immovable asset policy to council, requesting council to consider some amendments so we can look at fast-tracking disposals in order to expedite social requirements as well as economic development. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Waring. Thank you, MM. Alderman Gierekes, sorry, Councillor Nosana.
So what Ms. Waring is saying is that there's no one else that is interested in the land. That's what I want to know.
Ms. Waring, please.
Sorry, I can go back and double check on this one, Speaker. But if people are interested in the land, it would have been tabled it will be tabled to council.
Thank you, Ms. Waring. Councillor Nosana.
You can go through, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Giereke, hand is up. Alderman Giereke. Alderman Giereke. We move on. The last speaker on this item is Councillor Snyman. You have 1 minute.
Speaker, I won't take up my minute. I'd like to second the proposal as on page 62. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Snyman. Next item is item 8.1.4, the Fleet Management Policy for 2021. There's no debate on this item. We move to item 8.1.5, ownership of Earth 4682 Pakkelsdorp. 4682 Erin Crescent, New Dawn Park. First to speak here is Councillor Vugland. You have 2 minutes, Councillor Vugland.
Thank you, Speaker, once again for the introduction to the item. Speaker, this item here today seeks to determine ownership and to rescind a decision taken by Council and to replace that decision with the approval of Council with the following. That A, the following resolution taken by Human Settlements on the 16th of September 2014 be rescinded. That is F, and that it be replaced by B, that reads that it be decided that Earth 4682 Pakkelsdorp is not needed to provide minimum level of basic services in accordance with section 14.2 of the MFMA, and C, that Earth 4682 Pakkelsdorp be sold footstewards per public tender process at the upset price of 10,000, which is the current market valuation determined by a municipal valuer for residential purposes. I therefore propose that Council accepts this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vugland. Next to speak on this item is Councillor Nosana. You have 2 minutes, Councillor.
Ngosi Somlomo, as difficult as it is for me to just say this, we support the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Nosana. Last to speak on this item is Councillor Noble. Councillor Noble, you have 1 minute.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I second the proposal by my colleague, Councillor Vugland. Thank you.
Thank you. We move to item 8.1.6, application to purchase Earth 540 Taiaroga, Ntaka Street, Tembaletu. First to speak there is Councillor Mbete. You have 2 minutes, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. Morning again. Speaker, the purpose of this item is to consider the application to acquire the portion of R514 Nagani Street in Tembaletu that has been pursued by Africa's Girls for some time. They want to expand on the service they rendered, and those services are not only for George, because people coming from different places to attend to this college, and they've been using the land informally, and now they indicate they would like to acquire it formally. Previously, they were using it as a portion where they do practical examination. So it will make sense if the portion be made available to them, as they can render a better service to George and surrounding areas. So, Mr. Speaker, I propose the recommendation as it is on page 86, from page 86 to 87. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Mbete. Next to speak on this item is Councillor Langa. You have 2 minutes, Councillor Langa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I would want to really, express my dissatisfaction and my dismay on the misleading information that has been put before Council today, that there is no need for that piece of land that we are talking about there. Mr. Speaker, as have been raised on a number of IDP meetings and have been raised in our meetings as the ward committee. That piece of land was actually identified as a piece of land by the ward committee as well as the community of Ward 13 in Zone 1 to say it must be set aside and has been identified for a business incubation. Remember, Mr. Speaker, that it has been said that the people who are doing motor mechanics and what have you on the street or on the roadside must be removed, and we've identified exactly that piece of land to be part of that business incubation. So I'd love to request, to make a plea directly to the mayor as well as the acting MM to say, rescind or take back or remove or whatever, retract this item, and let us do a thorough investigation on what has happened to all of those, because there is great interest for that piece of land to, promote small business. But it doesn't seem like the word of Black people and poor is actually being listened to here, because they do not have money and perhaps they're not so important. Those are people that has money, right? Now they are actually only putting, pen on the paper, and they are actually being given, the right to buy the land. So can I please request, Mr. Speaker, that a thorough investigation be done on this, and that this item be, sent back for a full investigation on this. I don't know why people have not been given all the information that is necessary for this, because it is not correct, Mr. Speaker, that this council be given false information that there is no interest on that piece of land. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Langa. MM, do you wish to comment, Ms. Waring?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I have it that the portion of land under consideration is it's in the middle of the skills centre, so nobody else can access it, and that is why it's offered out of hand to the centre.
Thank you, Ms. Waring. Next to speak on this item is Councillor Stemela.
Speaker, sorry. It is not true that nobody else can access that piece of land. That piece of land is in the circle, yes, in between the Africa Skills Center as well as the hostel. That piece of land, Mr. Speaker, is ideal for what the community has said they want to do it. So it is not correct. I'm pleading with you, Mr. Speaker, as well as the mayor and the MM, to look into this matter. Please, we cannot force things like this because people have spoken. I'm really pleading with you, Mr. Speaker, to take this thing back, honestly.
Thank you. I take note of your concerns. I suppose we'll have to revisit this if so required. We stand by this item as it stands. Councillor Stemela, you are last to speak on this item.
I second the items, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stemela. We move to item 8.2, minutes of the Mayor in Committee meeting held on 12 August 2021. Item 8.2.1, adoption of the George Municipality Corporate Social Investment Framework. First to speak there is Councillor Stander. You have 3 minutes, Councillor Stander.
Speaker, I thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak about this item. George Municipality, as a sphere of government, has developed a corporate social investment framework to effect social change in communities and to actively seek opportunities to collaborate with the business sector. The content of this item is self-explanatory and there are no financial implications for the municipality. I herewith propose the recommendation on pages 192 and 193. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stander. Next to speak on this item is Councillor Lof. Councillor Lof, you have 2 minutes. Is Councillor Lof with us? Councillor Lof? Councillor Lof, you are muted. Councillor Lof, do you wish to speak?
Sorry, Speaker, I had trouble to connect my sound now. Sorry, thank you for the opportunity. Speaker, corporate social investment was introduced by Parliament largely to emphasis on socioeconomic socioeconomic justice and post-apartheid reparation that was introduced by the African National Congress. It also is in line with the NDP, the National Development Plan of the country, to address and highlighted the fact of unemployment and poverty. So therefore, the African National Congress will support this initiative. Although I also have to ask just a question for information, Speaker, to the MM. Was this discussed previously in the relevant committee so that the councillors can be aware of this program and how this initiative will have an effect? And do they have an opportunity to raise their input also into this matter? We support this because this was initiated to eradicate poverty and to get the corporate by the African National Congress.
Thank you,
Just a
Councillor.
question, Speaker, to the MM. Was this discussed in the committee? Because there's a tendency that things will come to council without being discussed and thoroughly with the councillors, that they are aware of such programs and how effect it will have on the community. Because as I said previously, councillors are the access point and the information to the community itself. Information, if they don't understand anything, the community will first access the councillor, and the councillor need to give relevant information on that. So therefore, I'm asking and raising this question, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Lof. MM.
Speaker, yes, it was discussed at the Section 80 meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, MM. The last to speak on this item is Councillor Johnson. You have 2 minutes, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I wish to start off by thanking our municipal officials for their continued hard work. And your hard work does not go unnoticed, and it truly shows when we have items such as this corporate social investment framework serving the full council. Speaker, this item speaks to the heart of our social challenges, and after 27 years of democracy in South Africa, corruption, poverty, high unemployment, and violent crimes significantly restrict us as South Africans to enjoy our rights. And therefore, I wish to encourage our municipal stakeholders to take part in the corporate investment framework under the relevant themes and sub-themes as it was highlighted in this report. This is indeed a great initiative, and I second the recommendation as was proposed by Councillor Stander, set out in pages 192 to 194. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. I have received a request from Councillor Nosana. I now know why she's been on the speakers list so often at the beginning. She's asked to be excused from this meeting as from 11 o'clock. Thank you, Councillor Nosana, for your contribution, and thank you for apologizing. We move to item 8.2.2, draft filming policy. First to speak there is Councillor Wessels. You have 3 minutes, Councillor Wessels.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Yes, Speaker, this is actually a very exciting item, considering the vast impact that films can make on the marketing and the economy of George and us as a region. We've already seen Netflix trailers being shot here with the use of local actors, local directors, and a local crew within these within this sector. I would really like to thank the administration, especially Ms. Waring and the acting MM and Joan Shaw for the hard work that they've done with regards to this film policy, or the draft film policy. So I would like to take council to the bottom of page 197. Where we resolve to recommend to council that that a film policy be advertised for public comment after a workshop has been held, and B, that the acting municipal manager be authorized to conclude a service level agreement with the Garden Route Film Commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wessels. Next to speak on this item is Councillor Lof. You have 3 minutes, Councillor Lof.
Thank you very much, Speaker. As the former speaker has said that it will create great opportunities, and I think all of us are very excited for this initiative that is currently happening in our region, and we know what impact it will have on our economy and the development of this kind of skills in our areas, because we know we have an area that are very gifted specifically in this industry, and that they will have the opportunity also to get exposure to this kind of development. However, Speaker, I have to ask this question because I was in this committee, and I raised the question that the policy first need to be workshop with council before it go out, and I see it's been mentioned in the recommendations. However, it is here now. Well, this policy, however, is here now, and I have to raise the question via you to the MM. Will this policy first come back after the workshop to council before it goes out to the public for comment? Because this is the normal procedure in this council. You see, as I mentioned previously, we have a tendency in this council these days that things first comes to council meetings before it's been workshopped. So therefore, I've been asking this question. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Lof. MM? I suppose through swearing.
Okay, Ms. Waring, can you welcome? Yeah.
Thank you, Speaker. Councillor, the workshop is set for next week. I believe next week, Thursday, Wednesday or Thursday, sorry, I can't recall. And if there are substantial changes to the policy, we will have to consider bringing it back. But if they are not, then, and councillors are happy, then we will take it out for public participation. After the public participation process, it will come back to council, obviously, for any comments and then final adoption.
Thank you, Ms. Waring. Thank you, MM. Next to speak is Councillor Du Toit. You have 1 minute, Councillor Du Toit.
Dankie, Speaker. Speaker, die ACDP reageer op hierdie filmakademie wat uiteindelik gaan realiseer. Ons is baie bly daaroor, want dit is nou al jare wat die ding aankom, en ons gebied waar ons is van die mooiste natuurtonele in die wêreld, en dit kan net ons toerisme bevorder in die toekoms. So ons ondersteun dit 100%. Baie dankie, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Du Toit. Ms. Apollos, translation, please.
Ithi ACDP ke yona ekugqibeleni lento iza kwenzeka noko ibe yi-reality, ngoba kudala isiza futhi kudala ke ijongiwe ngamahlo amabomvu, ngoko ke yona ke ACDP iyayixhasa le nto.
Thank you, Ms. Apollos. Last to speak on this item is Councillor Barnard. You have 2 minutes, Councillor Barnard.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'd like to congratulate the George officials for coming up with this very proactive draft policy. Thanks, Mrs. Waring and your team. It's another first for George, and this is one of the ways that we're going to make inroads in our city and address job creation and possibly help to put food on the table of our residents. I therefore second the recommendation carried in by my BA colleague, Councillor Dirk Wessels. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Barnard. We move to item 8.2.3, Neighbourhood Development Partnership Programme, the NDPP, George Municipality Grant Participation. This is to be introduced by Councillor Vugland. You have 3 minutes, Councillor Vugland.
Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, while the Chief Whip has rung the praises of the administration, it would be wrong of me not to continue with that, seeing that we've got this wonderful item in front of us. This item is a direct result of the forward-thinking leadership that we've got in George Municipality. And thank you to all of those who were involved in submitting this to National Treasury. The purpose of this item then is for the Council to note that George Municipality has been selected to participate in the Neighbourhood Development Partnership Program, and the targeted area is Thembalethu. So the development and the opportunities are coming to Thembalethu. And I want Council to support me in accepting the recommendation as it is on the agenda on page 201 of today. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Vugland. Next to speak on this item is Councillor Mdaka. You have 3 minutes, Councillor Mdaka. Councillor Mdaka. I know that she had audio problems earlier. Councillor Mdaka, you are still muted. Councillor Jantjies Guzman, could you please assist?
Speaker.
Councillor Faith, I'm hearing you loud and clearly. Please proceed.
My network is bad. Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you clearly. Please proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. As the ANC, we support the recommendation because it's coming from the national government, and I'm saying that it's a good initiative that is coming from the national government to consider doing this NDPP on the poorest community. If it was a DA government municipality, it should have been in town. And I've got a question. I see last year, if I remember, last year there were businesses that were approved or given a go ahead. I'm not sure if on the regulation or what. That's the first question. The second question is that
Councillor Mdaka.
Hello.
Please repeat your question. On my audio, you broke up. I don't know whether others could hear you.
Okay. My question is about it's a concern actually for the business people that are there. I think that others were just given a go ahead that was last year in Ngakani Road in that area. That's the first question, the concern actually. What is the municipality going to do about those businesses? My second question is that area now going to be closed for residential purposes? Hope you hear me clearly.
I could hear the latter part of that. If you could please assist.
Ms. Waring, would you like to come in here?
I'm terribly sorry. I couldn't hear clearly what the question was. Maybe, Speaker, I couldn't hear clearly the details of the question.
I had the same challenge. Is there somebody who can assist us with the questions, please?
Speaker, sorry, alternatively, it could maybe go into the chat box, or else the speaker can contact me personally and I can respond directly to her.
Thank you, Ms. Waring. Councillors, I see a number of microphones that are not muted. Ms. Scholes, Councillor Stander. Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Mdaka, is that okay if Ms. Waring responds to you offline? Councillor Mdaka? We will move on. Next to speak on this item is Councillor De Tooy. Councillor De Tooy, you have 2 minutes.
Baie dankie Speaker. Speaker, uiteindelik is daar 'n ligpunt vir ons mense in Thembalethu. Dat ons hulle gehalte lewens kan ophef en hulle verbeter. Speaker, dit is verblydend vir die ACDP om te sien dat daar nou wel fondse beskikbaar gaan wees in hierdie areas wat nagelaat is en dat ons hierdie ontwikkeling befonds gaan word en ondersteun en gefasiliteer te word om ons mense in daardie gedeelte van ons dorp se lewens te verbeter. Baie dankie Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor De Tooy. Ms. Apollos, translation please.
Ithi ke ACDP yona ekugqibeleni ke iyavuya ngoba kukhona ukukhanya kubantu bethu baseThembalethu okuzanyweni ukuphuculwa kobomi babantu. Uthi siyavuya ke kakhulu nakwezi ngingqi ukubana kuzobakho uphuhliso kuzanywe ke kujongwane nazo zonke indlela ezikhoyo zokuzama ukulwa nobuhlwempu ngoko ke makuphuculwe ubomi babantu. Siyavuya futhi ke siyayixhasa.
Thank you, Ms. Apollos. Next to speak on this item is Councillor Suffers. You have 1 minute, Councillor Suffers.
Speaker, yes, thank you. Allow me to say the following. I'm delighted to see that we engineer and champion this, and therefore I second the proposal by my colleague.
Thank you, Councillor Suffers. We move to item 8.2.4, Transformation of Certain Rural Areas Act 1989, Act 94 of 1989. And there's a long acronym for that, which I don't need to read out to you. The first to speak there on this item is Councillor Stander. You have 3 minutes, Councillor Stander.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the purpose of this item is for Council to take note of in which way Haarlem is affected by the Transformation of Rural Areas Act 1998, Act number 94 of 98. This act was to provide for the control, improvement and development of the rural areas and settlements. The TRANCRA process was initially started by the Gardenwood municipality and then became the responsibility of George municipality. The contents of this item is self-explanatory, and I propose the recommendation on pages 208 and 209 for adoption by Council. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillors, there's a microphone that's not muted. Councillor James, it seems to be your microphone. Can you please mute it? Next to speak on this item is Councillor Plata. You have 2 minutes, Councillor Plata.
Thank you, Speaker. As the ANC, we welcome this item, also hoping that the fair processes will be followed to assist the Minister so that he can take an informed decision on this issue of land. And also we would like to ask the Human Settlement Directorate to draft the plan as it says in the Act and bring it to Council. And also hoping the best for the people of Haarlem not to be excluded in the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Plata. Next to speak on this item is Alderman Giereke. You have 1 minute, Alderman.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, this is a very important item. The transformation, the acquisition of land, and the classification of areas. And the PBI is in full support. I want Councillor Dirk Wessels to understand that we are in full support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alderman Giereke. Next to speak on this item is Alderman Petrus. You have 2 minutes, Alderman Petrus.
Dankie, Speaker. Ek sekondeer hierdie voorstel.
Thank you, Alderman Petrus. Item 8.2.5, application to purchase portions of the remainder of Earth 243, Wilderness, commonly known as the Wilderness Commonage. First to speak there is Councillor van Brandes. You have 2 minutes, Councillor van Brandes.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, there was an application received from the Wilderness Palm Wilderness Guesthouse to purchase a portion of our 243, commonly known as Wilderness Commonage, for extension of their business and, of course, parking purposes. If we look at the recommendation on page 212, the application cannot be approved, as this is required for basic municipal services, and it must also be noted that this portion will be preserved as a community gathering area. I therefore propose the recommendation A to D as on page 212. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor van Brandes. Next to speak on this item is Councillor Mdaka. I don't know whether she's been able to rejoin us. If so, Councillor Mdaka, you have 1 minute.
Hope that I'm clear now. I'm standing on top of my very, very highest thing in the House. Speaker, as the ANC, we are seconding the recommendation. Businesses must know that there are communities as well that needs the areas, not only the business people that must use the space, any space that they see. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Ndaka. Next to speak on this item is Councillor Suffers. You have 1 minute, Councillor Suffers.
Speaker, I'm not going to take my any much time. I just want to say that we're singing that we want to take George forward, and I see Alderman Gericke is also in our choir. So thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Suffers. We move to item 8.26. Rectification of earth boundary in front of earth 1818 George. First to speak there is Councillor Stander. You have 2 minutes, Councillor Stander.
Speaker, the purpose of this item is for Council to consider the rectification of earth boundary in front of earth 1818 George in Mitchell Street due to an oversight in the approval of the building plans in 1964. The contents of this item is, as well as the history of the approval of a bench above mentioned building plans specifically during the years 1964, 1974, 1964, 1974, and 1982 are self-explanatory. It is also evident that the error occurred during the approval of building plans which incorrect information stemming from 1964. Both the previous applications and our building control officer clearly erred in this process. The best solution to rectify this illegal historic encroachment is set out in the recommendations on pages 216 and 217, and which I will read to Council as my proposal. The recommendation A, that it be decided that the Mitchell Street Reserve in front of earth 1818 George is not required for the minimum level of municipal services. B, that it be decided that the Mitchell Street Road Reserve in front of earth 1818 George be regarded as non-viable. C, that Council take note of the historical error regarding the approval of building plans. D, that the transfer of Mitchell Street Road Reserve in earth 1818 George, 195 square meters, in extent to the owner of a 1818 George at a nominal fee of R100 plus VAT be approved. E, that the Mitchell Street Road Reserve in front of earth 1818 George be closed, subdivided, and consolidated with earth 1818 George. And then, sorry, just hold a second, Speaker. F, that the intention of Council to transfer the Mitchell Street Road Reserve in front of earth 1818 George to the owner of earth 1818 George be advertised for public comments and representations. And G, that the municipal be responsible for all costs resulting from this transaction. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stander. The speaker on this item is Councillor Henk. You have 1 minute. Councillor Henk.
Thank you, Speaker. We don't have problem with the recommendation and we support the recommendation. But first, First of all, we must establish whether first there is an adequate parking base in terms of the town planning regulations. And secondly, it doesn't limit the movement of pedestrians or create a nuisance or deterrent for vehicle transportation. And lastly, we support seeing that it was a historical error made by our own building control section, and we are currently just rectifying the matter. If those are the conditions, then we support, but if not, and those questions of mine answered in a negative manner, then we must relook or reconsider the application. Also, does it create more land for the owner does it create more land for the owner and to enrich himself? Then the evaluation or the 100 rand that we are referring to must then be withdrawn, and a feasible valuation be done and be sold off, then valuation that is determined in terms of market value. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Hinks. Amen. The questions, can we respond to that? I suppose it's Ms. Waring.
That's correct, Speaker.
Ms. Waring, please.
Thank you,
Councillor
Speaker.
Sorry, Ms. Waring. Councillor Stander, can you please mute your microphone? Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Councillors, this matter will not have any effect on parking. If you look at the diagram that was submitted with the item, you will see that the building line and the property line are already encroached upon because of the mistake that was made in the 60s. So nobody else can utilize that land because it has unfortunately been built on. And in fact, what we will be doing will be bringing the property line in line with the properties on either side. What happened was that the properties on either side, their boundaries were adjusted historically, but not this property, and it wasn't picked up when the building control department dealt with the matter way back in 1964. So the encroachment has already happened. The building is there, and no one else will really be able to benefit from this matter at all.
Thank you, Ms. Waring. Appreciation, Councillor Henge. Does that answer your questions?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you please mute your microphone? Thank you very much. Next to speak on this item is Councillor Snyman. 1 minute.
Speaker, I'm not going to take up 1 minute. I basically just want to second the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moy, can you please mute your microphone? We move to item 8.7. Allocation of the correct earth numbers to the beneficiaries of Gulf Street, Ballotsview, Urban 11338 to 11342 George. First to speak there is Councillor von Brandus. You have 2 minutes, Councillor von Brandus.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, during a site visit to ERF 11338 on Monday, 14 June, it came to light that earth numbers allocated to the beneficiaries in Gulf Street were incorrect. The report denotes historic allocation of urns and seeks to reverse these actions by rescindment and to rectify them accordingly. Therefore, that new title deeds of sales be signed and the 4 affected people be informed accordingly. I therefore propose the recommendation on page 228, recommendation from A to G. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor von Brandus. Next to speak on this item is Councillor Royland. You have 1 minute. Councillor Royland. I see that Councillor Royland is present. His microphone is muted. Councillor Royland, do you wish to speak on this item? We move on. The last to speak on this item is Councillor Roofse. You have 1 minute.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I support the recommendation as per my colleague, Councillor von Brandes. I supported the recommendation as per page 228 and page 229. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Roofse. We move to item 8.2.8, draft privacy policy for George Municipality. First to speak there is Councillor Clark. You have 3 minutes, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Speaker. The purpose of this item is to obtain approval for the draft privacy policy for the George Municipality. And this policy is attached on page 341. It complies with the municipality has to comply with the Protection of Personal Information Act 4 of 2013. It protects the rights of data subjects and is transparent about how it stores and processes personal information of data subjects, protects itself from the risks of security breaches in any form. This policy applies to all councillors, municipal employees, and any other person or entity working for or on behalf of the municipality. It also governs all business activities that involves the processing of personal information, including special personal information for or on behalf of the municipality. Personal information relates to information about employees, customers, suppliers, and service providers and is deemed to be confidential. The municipality regards the protection of the personal information as very important and wish to ensure that all personal information kept by the municipality is effectively safeguarded and the provisions of the Act need to be observed. Speaker, I therefore propose the recommendation as set out on pages 232 and 233. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Before we give Councillor Langa the opportunity, can all in attendance whose microphones are not muted, please mute. Thank you. Councillor Langa, you have 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. First of all, Mr. Speaker, from the side of the ANC, or should I say on behalf of the ANC, there is no way we can speak against that. We fully support the recommendation. With, of course, the proviso that, Mr. Speaker, that this is not going to be used as we have seen in the past. When officials do not want to give full information to council, they always would hide behind the fact that, no, this information is personal, we cannot divulge personal information. And even if the information is for council to make a determination about that particular, subject, as long as that is not going to be used to hide information from this council by administration, when they know that should they divulge such information, it's going to expose them from not doing their work or from having failed to do the right thing, then we are fully in support of that. But if that is not going to be used in the right way, it's going to be used, for nefarious and whatever purposes, then we cannot be in support of it, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Langa. Next to speak on this item is Councillor De Tooy. You have 1 minute, Councillor De Tooy.
Ek gaan sommer vinnig wees, Speaker. Die ACDP ondersteun die aanbeveling.
Thank you. Councillors, if I may add to that, and not involve Mr. Paulus, the ACDP supports the proposal. The last to speak on this item is Councillor Brown. It's 1 minute.
Thank you, Speaker. I second the recommendation by Councillor Clark. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you. Item 8.2.9, amended telephone usage, that is the landline policy. There is no debate on this item. Item 8.2.10, proposed revision of the George Municipality policy on house shops. First to speak there is Councillor Stander. You have 3 minutes, Councillor Stander. Councillor Stander. You have to unmute yourself, or the microphone rather, not yourself. Councillor Stander. I'm going to move in the meantime then to the next speaker, and then hopefully Councillor Stander can get back, although I would prefer him to be with us. Chief Whip, can you please see if we can get hold of him?
I'll do so quickly, Speaker.
Well, I see he's offline now. But please try and contact him. Councillors, I'm going to move in the meantime. Councillor Viljoen, sorry, Councillor Barnard. Councillor, in order for the sake of time, let's move to item 8.2.11, and then we'll return to item 8.2.10, minutes of the Credit Control Steering Committee meeting of May 2021. Councillor Wessels, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, Speaker, this is the minutes of the Credit Control Steering Committee. The item holds with regards to the writing off of irrecoverable debts. In this case, new indigent applications to the value of just over 637,000 Rand, special applications to the value of just over 14,000 Rand, and special debt relief for just over 123,000 Rand, which bring the total write-off to 778,874 Rand and 20 cents. Yes, Izuma would be proud of me. So I would just like to recommend A to D as on page 250. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wessels. Alderman van der Woofen, you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. I will use my 3 minutes, although the item doesn't need 3 minutes. First of all, Speaker, this item runs from page 248 to 251. And then there's an annexure A with no reference on which page. Now, Speaker, how are we supposed to find annexure A if almost all the annexures are marked annexure A? Nevertheless, Speaker, it is most uncomfortable to continuously switch between page 251 and page 393. Can't we please add annexures next to the items as they are? That is just for practical purposes that I mentioned that, Speaker, because it's very difficult to continuously page between pages. Speaker, we are in full agreement with the indigenous write-offs. There's no problem with this. What is concerning, Speaker, is the many estate-related write-offs. Surely, Speaker, estates has got funds, and surely we can obtain, there are systems in place to obtain the funds from estates and to make our necessary claims so that we don't lose out. The fact that it's an estate is no reason why we should write it off. Perhaps it should have been, we should indicate why we can't get the funds from the estates. That's basically my input on this item, Speaker.
Thank you, Alderman van der Woofen. Edmund, please take note of Alderman van der Woofen's concerns as far as the positioning, if I may use that word, of the annexures are concerned, and see if we can consider those. Thank you. Last to speak on this item is Councillor Ingo. You have 1 minute, Councillor Ingo.
Thank you, Speaker. I seconded the proposal of Councillor Wessels.
Thank you, Councillor Ingo. We go back to item 8.2.10. I believe Councillor Stander is back with us again. Welcome back, Councillor Stander. Councillor, item 8.2.10 reads, proposed revision of the George Municipality policy on house shops. Councillor Stander, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. At the council meeting held on 30 November 2016, a decision was made to revise the house shop policy of George Municipality in line with applicable legislation, regulations, policies, plans, and guidelines. All of these processes have now been completed, and the policy is now aligned with the applicable planning laws and spatial planning guidelines. The policy also incorporates the comments received during a workshop held by councillors on the 9th of March 2021. Speaker, I hereby propose the revised house shop policy as attached in today's agenda to be adopted as per the recommendation on page 247, and I read A, B, C, D to council. A, that the George Municipality Town Planning Policy on house shops and other residential-based retail concerns be adopted. B, that notice of the adoption be advertised in the George Herald. C, that a media campaign be launched to inform the public of the changes to the policy and create awareness among house shop operators about means to regularize the businesses. D, that a review of the policy be conducted by the Director Planning and Development and a report be submitted to the Section 80 Committee within 12 months from date of adoption. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stander. Next to speak on this item is Councillor Henge. You have 2 minutes, Councillor Henge.
Enkosi Speaker. Singu-ANC siyavuma ukuthi ipolicy ibekwe phambi kwethu, kodwa sinezinto esingavumelani ngazo. Umzekelo, umasipala uye wayiqwalasela na indima yokubana aba bantu babeke ivenkile kwizindlu zabo. Ingaba ngabantu abanezinto zona okanye ngabantu abahluphekileyo. Kufuneka umasipala eqwalasele ezo zinto, akhangele ukuthi ingaba akabacinezeli na abantu bakuthi, ngoba kaloku aba bantu ababeke izikhonteyina babeke kuba befuna ukuphila. Xa ke ngoku umasipala ezawubhatalisa umnikazi wevenkile i-2,000, abhatalise umninimzi i-1,000 rand, uthi uzayifumana phi laa nto ekubeni uba aba bantu bezivenkile bengabhatali eloo mali, abangabhatali ezo mali kubaninimzi. Itheni into yokuba ke ngoku umasipala uyabacinezela abantu bakuthi, makabanike umasakhane umasipala abantu, angangabahluthi amalungelo wabo, ngoba aba bantu bazama ukuziphilisa ngezi venkile zibekwe phambi kwabo, bazibeke emizini yabo. Enkosi kakhulu, ndicela uqwalasela nethi loo ndawo masipala ungacinezeli abantu bakuthi, kwaye ndicinga into yokubana ujonge ne-COVID-19 ethathele abantu imisebenzi, nayo ithathe indima enkulu ekuhluphekiseni abantu bakuthi. So naleyo into funeke siyiqwalaseleke kakhulu singumasipala, singafaki abantu ingcindezi esagqiba sibafuna imali ngaphezulu. Enkosi masipala, enkosi Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Henge. Mr. Paulus, can you please translate?
Speaker, let me cover that.
Thank you, Mr. James.
Councillor Henge, in a nutshell, saying that we need to check the areas affected by the house shops, predominantly in the poor areas. The house owners are using house shops as a means to survive and also using containers next to their houses. Should the situation be that the municipality is to charge house shops 2,000 rands and the house owner 1,000 rands, where are they going to get the money from? Because that might be seen as the municipality suppressing these house owners or house shop owners. We need to recall that the impact of COVID-19 has resulted in people losing their jobs, therefore opting to make use of house shops to survive. We need to actually take that into account as and when we apply the policy. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. James. Thank you, Councillor Henge. Next to speak is Alderman Giereke. You have 2 minutes, Alderman.
Speaker, thank you. We must just be mindful of the township economy. We have no problem in regulating house shops, but we need to stimulate the township economy and make it attractive for those people in the townships to do business as well. As has been said, that those people are living off those profits, even though it's small profits, they make a living of it. And then the municipality should not put up barriers to prevent people, from doing business. You can also not treat informal business the same way as you're treating formal business in town. And we must just be very, very, very careful that by putting up these barriers, we do not centralize business as to, compelling people to come to town to buy their goods and so on. Because this is essentially what capitalists do. They take away the township economies, the informal economies, and then they centralize the economy in order to support the conventional type of businesses. We need to be more friendly towards the poor, the needy, the vulnerable, and we also need to make services accessible to the local communities. Those are critical points that I do mention. Otherwise, we are busy impoverishing our people. They must then pay bus fare, taxi fare to come to town and do some business in the city. And then the other thing is we need to revisit the house shop policy. I mean, it's five years ago since those comments have been published. Many things have happened in between. You cannot take the comments of 5 years ago and justify today's situation. It's just not on. And the thing is, why such a long time in between before you moved on the house shop policy? Then lastly, Mr. Speaker, our communities need peace and tranquility. This house shop, the effect of this house shop should not create upstir and uprisers in our communities. We need peace. We've been in the struggle and in the trenches 30-some odd years ago. We don't want to stand in front of marches and protest again. We are in government now, and we must make the circumstances for our people attractive in terms of our democratic dispensation. Thank you very much indeed. It will happen in any way after the elections. We will make it more attractive, but we are just warning you as a DA. Thank you.
Thank you. Last to speak on this item is Councillor Vugland. You have 2 minutes, Councillor Vugland.
Speaker, I second the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vugland. We move to item 9. Resolutions, decisions taken by the Executive Mayor under delegated authority. There are none that I'm aware of. Item 10, motions or proposals deferred from previous meetings. There are none that I'm aware of. Item 11, motions. Item 11.1, new motions. I'm not aware of any new motions. Item 11.2, motions of exigency. There's been no indication of a motion of exigency. Item 12, matters at the discretion of the Speaker.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Alderman Giereke.
Speaker, can I ask your permission to submit a motion of exigency, please?
What is your motion in brief?
Yeah, the motion pertains to developments currently at your audit committee and the subsequent media releases that we've seen on the internet.
Who seconds your motion, Alderman?
Councillor Buys.
Will the House allow the motion? Can I get an indication as to whether the House will allow the motion?
Speaker, sorry, could Councillor Alderman Giereke please repeat what the motion was about? On my side, he cut out. I just heard something about a motion of exigency, but I never heard the rest clearly.
Alderman Giereke, could you please briefly state the motion?
Yes, Speaker. Again, the motion pertains to the developments at the audit committee and the subsequent media releases and resignation of one of the audit committee members.
Thank you, Councillor Barnard. Did you hear that? Councillor Barnard? Can I get an indication whether the House will allow the motion?
Speaker, no, we won't allow the motion.
That's from the Mayor. Thank you, Mayor.
Sorry, Speaker, I disappeared there again. Sorry, I did hear what Alderman Gericke said. Thank you.
Thank you. And subsequent to that, the mayor indicated that the motion will not be allowed. Are there any further comments at this stage?
Yes, are you talking to me, Mr. Speaker?
Councillor Alderman Gericke?
Yes, if the motion is then opposed, then the motion must serve according to the rules of order.
Yes, we will vote on that. I see Alderman Kritzinger's hand is up. Alderman Kritzinger?
Yes, Chair, thank you very much. Maybe we should allow the motion so that we can get this in the bed and get it over and done with for once and for all.
The proposal was that we that the motion will not be allowed, Alderman Kritzinger. Councillor Barnard?
Yes, Speaker, I just wanted to reiterate the motion. House is not going to allow the motion to serve.
Thank you. Councillors, if that's the case, then we will have to vote on it, because obviously Alderman Gericke would like to with this to proceed. We will then have to vote on whether this motion of exigency by Alderman Gericke will be allowed.
No, Speaker.
Alderman Gericke.
Just with all due respect, you have asked already whether the motion will be allowed. There was objection from the mayor. And in terms of my understanding, the sequence is now that I must get an opportunity before we vote to put the motion, and then afterwards we must vote. That is my understanding in terms of the rules of order.
One moment, please. I'm just trying to get all my...
Speaker, may I assist?
Please, Councillor, sorry, Mr. van Schalkwyk, you may. As I understand it, we don't have to allow Alderman Gericke to proceed with stating his motion, but please assist there, Mr. van Schalkwyk. Thank you.
Speaker, yes, thank you. The procedure is that if the council has already, or Alderman has already stated what his motion is about, the next step is, has he got a seconder? Yes, he has got a seconder. The third step is the House must now decide whether they're going to allow. There is now two proposals, so voting must now take place to decide whether the motion will be allowed. So there's no other procedure. This is the correct procedure.
That's how I have it as well.
Mr. Speaker, there are three proposals, the one of myself, the one of the mayor, and then there's a proposal from Alderman Kritzinger also.
Yeah, I would assume that Alderman Kritzinger's proposal ties in with yours, which is that the motion should proceed. So we will take that as one proposal, and we will take the mayor's objection to the motion serving as the other proposal. So we will vote on this now. I will obviously go through the roll call. When we vote, we will ask, are you in favor or against the motion? If you are in favor of the motion, you support Alderman Gericke. If you are against the motion, you obviously are not in support of Alderman Gericke. I see that Alderman Kritzinger's hand is up again.
Chair, I want to withdraw my comment. Thank you. It's not surprising. I expected that, Alderman.
Order. Thank you. We will then proceed. Alderman Adams,
Mr. Speaker, Speaker, just on a point of order, please.
Alderman Gericke.
You have asked me to state briefly the contents of the motion. I have stated and I said the developments at the audit committee. So nobody has insight of what this is all about. Just the developments at the audit committee. I really can't understand why we should vote on something that has not been elaborated upon.
Alderman Gericke, I have a procedure according to which I work and which I believe the council has always worked along. in terms of a motion of exigency, and I think Advocate van Schalkwyk has also clearly...
No, I don't dispute that. I don't dispute your ruling, sir. I'm just saying people cannot vote on something that they do not have knowledge of. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you, Alderman Giereke. Noted. You have stated your motion, as far as I'm concerned, briefly, and I think it's clearly understood. And it's also clearly understood that the mayor has opposed the motion serving before council. We will now go over to voting. Councillor Adams, are you in favour of the vote or against it? Sorry,
not
by Councillor Alderman Giereke.
Not knowledgeable against it.
Thank you. Councillor America.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Barnard.
Against.
Councillor Brown. Councillor Brown.
Sorry, Speaker. Against.
Councillor Buys.
In favour, Speaker.
Councillor Clark.
Against.
Councillor Cronje.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Dikelili.
In favour, Speaker.
Councillor De Tooy.
Against.
Councillor Eso. Sorry, Councillor Eso is absent with apology. Councillor Vugland.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Fry. Is Councillor Fry with us? Councillor Fry, I can see your microphone is unmuted, but I can't hear you. Can anybody hear Councillor Fry? Can you please indicate in the chat box, Councillor Fry, whether you're in favour or against? Thank you. Alderman Giereke.
We are in favour of our own motion.
Thank you. Councillor Gultik.
We are against.
Councillor Hector. Is Councillor Hector with us? Councillor Hector. Councillor Henge. Councillor Henge. Councillor Ingo.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Jantjies Gushman. Councillor Jantjies Gushman.
In favour, Speaker. In favour.
Thank you. Councillor James.
In favour, Speaker.
Councillor Johnson.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Karma. Is Councillor Karma with us? It doesn't look like it. Alderman Kritzinger.
Against.
Councillor Langa.
In favour of exposing the truth, Mr. Speaker.
Councillor Lesele.
You got it right, Langa. You got it right.
Councillor Lof.
In favour, Speaker. In favour, Speaker. In favour, Speaker.
Councillor Lowe.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Mbete.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Mdaka. Councillor Mdaka. In favour in the chat box.
In favour.
Councillor Mdaka has indicated that she's in favour of. Councillor Mdaka, you wrote in the chat box you are in favour of the motion. I also see that Councillor Fry has indicated that he's against the motion. I will record that as a vote then, as I have with Councillor Mdaka. Councillor Mkondo is absent with apologies, so is Councillor Nkamazana. Councillor Noble. Councillor Noble, he's against on the chat box. Councillor Nosana has apologized. She has excused herself in the chat box. Alderman Petrus.
Against.
Councillor Plata.
In favor, Speaker.
I'm against. Councillor Roofse,
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Royland. Is Councillor Royland with us? Is Councillor Royland with us? I don't think so. I don't see his name here. Councillor Suffers?
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Snyman?
Speaker, I'm with the Mayor. Against.
Councillor Stander?
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Stamela?
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Strubel?
Against, Speaker.
Alderman Tayisi?
In favor.
Alderman van der Hoeven?
I am in full favor of the motion, Speaker.
Councillor van Niekerk?
Against, Speaker.
Alderman van Wyk?
Against, Speaker.
Councillor van Brandes?
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Wessels?
Against, Speaker.
Alderman Williams?
In favor, Speaker.
Councillor Windwaai?
Against, Speaker.
Thank you. That completes the voting. If committee services can count with me, please. Can I get an indication from committee services as to the count?
Speaker,
Yes,
we have 29 against and 13 in favor.
that's how I have it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Therefore, this proposed motion of exigency by the Alderman Giereke does not carry. Now I need to get my paperwork again. If you can give me one moment. One moment, please. Thank you for your indulgence. We move to item 12, which is matters discretion of the speaker. There is nothing at this stage. One moment, I believe I see that Councillor Julia has joined us. She's requesting assistance with the sound. I'm afraid the vote was taken when she indicated that she was in favor of it. Not that it would have materially made a difference. I see Alderman Kritzinger's hand is up. Alderman Kritzinger.
Yes, Chair, I want to refer you to point 18.6 of the Rules of Order, specifically 18.6.1 and 18.6.2. Please get your legal advisor to give us advice on that, please.
Um, 18.6 you said.
Speaker, can I assist?
Please proceed. As far as I'm concerned, this matter has been dealt with, but if it can give clarity, Mr. van Schalkwyk, please proceed.
Speaker, yes, if Alderman Kritzinger can please just tell me what is the reference, why does he refer to 18.6? Is there any reason for that?
Yes, 18.6.1, the motion shall be read out together with the number of therefore and the name of the mover. The speaker shall ascertain if the motion is unopposed and they shall be passed and shall be passed without debate. So if the motion is opposed, there must be and after the speaker shall call the opposed motion, then there should be a debate on this with regarding to this motion.
That deals with ordinary motions. That doesn't deal with motions of exigency.
There's no motions of exigencies in this rules of order.
I refer you to item 32, Alderman Kritzinger, of the rules of order. Thank you very much.
All right, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I was just making sure that we follow the proper procedure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. We move to item 12, matters at the discretion of the Speaker. There are none. Item 13, urgent matters by the municipal manager. Any urgent matters that you wish to share with us?
Speaker, no, there aren't.
Thank you. We then move to, goodness me, my paperwork is now really a shambles here, even if I have to admit it myself. We move to item 14, reports to council. Item 14.1, adjustments budget, which will be tabled by the mayor, the tabling of the adjustment budget 2021-22. And we ask the mayor to table this for us, please. Mayor.
Good. Thank you, Speaker. This is the adjustments budget relating to, in effect, a rollover from the 2021 budget to the 21-22 budget, and this takes place in conjunction with the MFMA, which is section 28(2)(e), as well as the municipal budget and reporting regulations, and there are the regulations then under 23 sub 3 and in effect sub 5. So these two pieces of legislation then provide for the spending of funds that were unspent as at the end of the past financial year, then to be spent in the new financial year. And these proposals need to be tabled by the 25th of August. So this is what is then being tabled today. So there's an amount of 53,598,612 rand. Included within those, within that amount, is a special operating account amount that has been approved by the Western Cape Department of Human Settlements, that we can use such SOA funds to the value of 5 million rand, which will deal with the upgrading of the intersection into Rand Street extension from PW Botha Boulevard for 5 million. So that increases our capital budget for this current year from 370.4 million to 424, just over 424 million. Included in this adjustment budget are two issues that will then fall under the operational budget, but also coming out of SOA funds, where approval has been given for the construction of retaining walls in New Dawn Park, as well as the rectification of certain stormwater issues. So the first one is for 3.3 million, and the stormwater issues then for just over 3.6 million. My colleagues will deal with this matter further and in greater detail, and the recommendations then sit on 409. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I see there's a hand up. Councillor Stemela's hand is up. Councillor Stemela. Councillor Stemela.
Oh, it's not up, sorry, maybe it's a mistake. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Stemela. Thank you. First to speak on this item, item 14.1, adjustment budget 21-22, is Councillor Wessels. You have 3 minutes, Councillor Wessels.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thanks to the Mayor for the thorough tabling of the of the adjustments. This report reads to accommodate the rollovers from the 2021 budget and the SOA approvals that's dated 15th of July 2021. These can also be found in one of the annexures within this item. The proposed adjustments is to the value of 53,598,612 rand. The operating SOA approvals is, and it can be found in Annexure B, specifically to New Dawn, to the New Dawn Park, which is for retaining walls at identified urban, as well as stormwater issues within identified properties in George. On the capital side, it's approved for we've received approval for 5 million for the Rand Street and PW Botha Boulevard intersection. In Annexure A, we will find the motivation for all the from the various departments for all the rollovers. And although none of us want to use COVID as a constant excuse, we need to note the impact not only to the delivery of services by George Municipality, but also on the delivering of product, etc., by suppliers in rolling out a lot of these projects. Within the motivations, a lot of the products couldn't be delivered on time due to the COVID impact and the manufacturing impact that was led on by that. In saying this, I would want to plead with directors and administration to see that all procurements and projects get implemented within the necessary timeframes. And secondly, I would really also like to thank the administration for their continued service during these testing times. The recommendation can be found on page 409, and it is from A to D that the capital budget for 21-22 be adjusted to include the 2021 rollover projects as per Annexure A, that the capital and operating budgets for 21-22 be adjusted to reflect the SOA approvals dated 15th of July as per Annexure B, that the service delivery and budget implementation plan be amended accordingly, and that the formal budget tables be updated with the adjustment and submitted to national and provincial government. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Wessels. Next to speak on this item is Alderman van der Woofen. You have 3 minutes, Alderman van der Woofen.
Thank you once again, Speaker. Every year, Speaker, it is the same. We put in every endeavour in finding funds to come up with a funded budget and to address the basic needs of the residents. Rollovers in most instances, Speaker, are the failure to address the needs within the identified timeframes. It mostly translates to the delaying of the implementation of most needed projects. That also results in the underspending in the specific financial year. And underspending, Speaker, translates into underperformance. A rollover here and there, Speaker, is not a big deal and can be understood. But when it becomes the trend, there are red lights everywhere. And that is the case here in this municipality. Here we have rollovers of more than 53 million. And that needs to be approved. I don't think we have a choice, Speaker, but we object against the trend of continuous rollovers, such as here in this council.
Alderman van der Woofen.
I'm finished, Speaker.
Thank you. Alderman Giereke, you have 4 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I bow my head in shame today. And obviously this recommendation will go through because you rule by majority. without taking into consideration what we do. Before this unspent rollovers coming here, in the previous financial year, there were rollovers and unspent funds to the value of 109 million rand, which we have prioritized together with the DA government. And we have identified projects, and that became a dispute in a High Court application, those projects, and the subsequent ejection of us from council and so on. But even though when we agreed on those projects, nothing has been done, i.e. the upgrading of Antelope Street, the upgrading of crashes in your Leeuwaikamp area and so on, and that still stands open and to be challenged also in a court of law. So just be mindful of that. We are violating and transgressing it here on an agreement that we have already reached in this council. On the unspent funds, it is a shame that in a city where there's dire needs, human settlement, housing, the poor, the vulnerable, the needy, that we still have unspent funds that need to be rolled over to the next financial year. And if you go back, you will see when bonuses were allocated and the SDBIP was discussed, this should have been taken into consideration. The only person that was penalized for not performing, directorate that was penalized, was Mr. Charles Lubbe in his capacity. No other director was penalized for non-compliance of service of non-service delivery. And that raises serious questions with us to ask whether we are consistent in the application of our own criteria and our own rules of which we have set. If you take that intersection, for instance, what is the urgency of an intersection? What is the need to upgrade an intersection whilst you have people living in backyards and in squalor?
Alderman Giereke. 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 Alderman Giereke.
Those poor people and the needy people that need houses and shelter and ablution facilities and so on. Yes, sir. Hello.
I certainly have
Yes,
extreme
I hear
difficulty.
you.
I have extreme difficulty in hearing you. You are breaking up intermittently. I'm not sure whether everybody's experiencing this. I just want to make you. I just want to make you aware of that.
No, we all do. We all do, Speaker.
Alderman Giereke. Alderman Giereke, your audio is.
Hello.
Your audio, we can hear you.
I can hear you.
Your audio is of a very poor quality, and I believe it's the case with everybody.
Hello.
Alderman Giereke. Alderman Giereke, we can hear you, but your audio or your microphone interrupts itself, and your feedback to us is very poor. I just want you to be aware of that.
Okay, I understand. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now, sir?
We hear you all the time, but intermittently, sir.
Speaker. Okay, and now?
No, I'm afraid we have difficulty. Alderman Giereke. You still have a minute and a half left. Do you wish to continue?
Speaker, can you hear me now?
It's a bit better. Please proceed. You have a minute and a half left.
Okay, I was closing with this remark to say, what is the urgency of upgrading an intersection now, while the poor and the needy suffer housing needs and problems and living in backyards in squalor. Why don't we prioritize that 5 million rand to pay attention to people that are in dire need in the city with regard to shelter and their needs? That's all I was saying, Mr. Speaker, but I thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Giereke. Next to speak on this item is Councillor De Tooy. You have 2 minutes, Councillor De Tooy.
Baie dankie, Speaker. Ek gaan kort wees. Speaker, die ACDB is regtig bekommerd oor die oorrol van kapitale projekte wat vermeerder het van 370 miljoen na 424 miljoen. Dit wil vir ons voorkom asof daar nie ordentlike beplanning gedoen word nie. Die ACDB is bewus dat daar omstandighede is wat buite hulle beheer is, die amptenare se beheer is, om projekte op hulle tyd af te handel. Maar Speaker, ons is bekommerd oor hierdie groei van 370 na 424 miljoen. Dankie, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor De Tooy. Ms. Apollos, can you please translate?
Ithi-ke ACDP ixhalabile kakhulu malunga ne-rollover isuka ku-370 million yokuma ku-424 million. Ixhalabile kakhulu malunga nalo rollover yenzekayo. Ikhangeleka ingathi akucetywa kakuhle. Siyayazi ukubana zikhona imeko ezingaphaya kwamandla ethu ezinganqandekiyo, mhlawumbi ezibangela uba ii-officials zingagqibi kwangethuba, kodwa ke sixhalabile kakhulu.
Thank you, Ms. Apollos. Next to speak on this is Councillor van Niekerk. You have 4 minutes, Councillor van Niekerk.
Thank you, Speaker. Baie dankie. Speaker, 'n aanpassingsbegroting is nie ongewoon nie en ons weet dit vind in alle sfere van die regeringsinstellings plaas. En die Vryheidsfront het onder die heersende omstandighede natuurlik nou nie geen ander keuse as om ook hierdie item te ondersteun nie. Maar ons beginne tog met groot kommer, soos wat ander sprekers reeds aangedui het. Het gemeensak dat fondse wat nie gespandeer was, of projekte wat nie voltooi is, oorrol in 'n nuwe begroting, maar dat dit ook 'n wesentlike uitwerking het op die bedrag wat daar dan nou weer éventueel in hierdie nuwe begroting toegeken gaan word. Ek meen die resep is so maklik, hoe meer jy spandeer, hoe meer kry jy in die nuwe begroting. Dit is toch maklik om te verstaan. Nou die miljoene rande wat soos wat Rasse dit ook genoem het. En hier lyk die groot sondebok meer hier na siviele ingenieursdienste departement oorgerol word. Is vir ons geweldig kommerwekkend. En Speaker, met respek, dit dui op onvoldoende bestuursprosesse wat ek is en wat natuurlik ook dan nou voor die deur van die betrokke direkteur geplaas behoort te word. Jaar na jaar waarsku ons teen onderbesteding van begrotings in die eerste 3 kwartale en die tendens om eers in die laaste kwartaal dan hoe los te trek en te spandeer links regs en te verbind is moontlik is nie 'n gewenste situasie nie. Siviele ingenieursdienste speel 'n kernrol in die lewering van dienste, basiese dienste, waarop die belastingbetaler en alle inwoners van George geregtig is. En die Vryheidsfront vertrou dat daar ernstig aandag sal gegee word aan hierdie ongesonde tendens en dat daar 'n verbetering sal kom en nie soos ons nou sien 'n relatiewe verswakking in die situasie nie. Dankie, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor van Niekerk. Last to speak on this item is Councillor Johnson. You have 2 minutes, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Speaker. We should start off just on the rollovers that was mentioned. But mentioned in this item, the delaying was mainly due to COVID, and manufacturing across the whole world was impacted by COVID. So this is not unique to George. But nonetheless, the tardiness in projects through officials has been addressed and through consequent management. So that we've dealt with. That wherever the DA governed and the DA governing party has proven as a constantly proving that we get things done, even in this testing times. Thus proving to the poor and uplifting our communities. And therefore, Speaker, I wish to support the recommendation as it was put through by Councillor Wessels in pages 409 under the recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. We move to item 14.2, approval of the Integrated Development Plan 2022 to 2027, Spatial Development Framework and Budget Process Plan. This is to be introduced by the Mayor. Alderman van Wyk, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, this item is a usual item for this time of the year where we set in motion the timetable for the Integrated Development Plan process, as well as the Municipal Spatial Development Plan and the budget process that needs to be adopted in the months going ahead to meet our next budget cycle. So thank you to Dr. Haro for putting together a pretty detailed process plan here, which is included as Annexure A, and that then includes the whole process, including the timetable of this, which is then set out with the various deadlines on pages 448 through to it goes up to 453 within our agenda as such, and that gives us the dates for the various timelines that need to be met as we go forward. So I've accordingly proposed this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Next to speak on this item is Councillor Langa. You have 4 minutes, Councillor Langa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Once again, sorry, with regards to the IDP, the position of the ANC, Mr. Speaker, would definitely be that because this is our last, if we were to use the time and the proclamations by the president as well as the Minister of Cocter. This should have been our last, in fact, it must not have been, it would be our last IDP, subject to speak about, as this administration. So, Mr. Speaker, this time we see it as the time where we should have been, rather taking stock of what would have been raised, from 2016 to date, and go through everything as to what is it that has been achieved so far, and what has not been achieved, and why have those not been achieved? Because you must remember, the IDP is a document that will work out of for the for a period of 5 years. And to date, or should I say this time around, Mr. Speaker, we should then be saying, out of the 27 wards of George, these are what have been raised, by all communities. And these are what have been achieved out of those. And that, to me, Mr. Speaker, would have then been able to give our communities the opportunity to say, this municipality or this council has performed so much in as far as what we have raised is concerned. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, we have not been able to do that. And because clearly it would definitely show that the DA has always been, interested in servicing only areas where, most of their people stays or their voters. For me, it clearly indicates that there's, the question of the apartheid, spatial plan is still very much with us. And that has been advocated and to date advocated by the DA. And I hear these people that are actually lauding the DA for doing a great job and what have you. The great job, yes, gets done in areas where they are staying and where there's affluent people. But in as far as where, poorest people are staying, there's nothing that is being done. The poor administrators are actually busy trying their level best, I must say. They are trying their level best to bring services to the people, but they are actually being hindered by the program of the DA to continuously undermine Black people where they stay, and they actually continue to condemn them into staying under very poor and squalor conditions. Therefore, we have missed out on an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to say, this is what we have done, this is what was raised for us or by us, and we've been able to do it, and these were the constraints that actually made us not to be able to deliver to our people. Looking at our wards, since 2016 to date, there is very little to celebrate. Yet you want to come and tell us that you have done great, you're the best governing party, and all of that. So, Mr. Speaker, all I can say is, as far as the ANC is concerned, what we can tell you today, Mr. Speaker, is that we have a lot to celebrate as the ANC, simply because we have been able to expose the DA in a lot of rot that they would have wanted to commit, but we've been able to expose them and we stop them in their tracks, including taking them.
Councillor Langa, you broke up.
But they still ignored a court ruling that said they needed to include all of what we have raised as.
Your time is up. Councillor Langa, your time is up.
As the DA to do what is right, Mr. Speaker. You've missed out on an opportunity, and I'm saying to you, Mr. Speaker, come the next elections, you will be gone. Thank you.
Councillor Langa, your time is up. Yeah.
Alderman
Giereke, you have 2 minutes. Alderman Giereke.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much indeed. I want council to understand that this council's term has expired effectively on the 3rd of August 2021. We are now in the 90 days as has been provisioned by the Constitution. This item is too little, too late, and we are scrambling here to make some last-minute impact on the communities to say that the DA has done well, and so on, which is actually not the case. It is clear that throughout the 5 years that you have governed, you have ignored the voices of the communities that are impoverished and disadvantaged, and that you have steamrolled your program to make the city beautiful and to benefit your central city. Unfortunately, it's water under the bridge. The electorate will now decide at the next election. The spatial development framework, we have repeatedly called, and we want Ms. Waring or Mrs. Waring to understand, the Director of Planning, we have repeatedly called for the lifting of the urban edge. The reason why the DA doesn't want to lift the urban edge is to centralize business and they don't want to give other role players an opportunity to come into the city. They want to benefit the existing status quo and cramp up the city so that people just support the status quo. So the next government must concentrate on lifting the urban edge, expanding housing opportunities, business opportunities, and so on. And also these consultants that came to consult us on the lifting of on the spatial development framework, their figures were out. There are talks of 31,000 vacant plots, and the other consultants said 11,000 vacant plots in the city. And then there were consultants that said, including in those plots, in those urban, were people that already bought the plots, and this municipality doesn't actually have vacant urban, and so on. That all needs some investigation and interaction to make the city more vibrant, to extend the city, to create more opportunities, and to include more people, make the economy inviting for people to come on. We are sitting with a government that cramped up everything and that centralized everything just around certain individuals and businesses, and they have taken the city nowhere within the 5 years that they have governed. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You were included into this 5 year, and you were sitting on the DA benches, and we have moved nowhere. Thank you. Dankie, Mr. Jean Cypher. Blanco lyk nog net soos hy gelyk het. Thank you very much.
The last to speak on this item is Alderman Kritzinger. You have 2 minutes.
I second the proposal
My brother Meyer, thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Kritzinger. We move to item 14.3, Performance Management Policy. Councillor Clark, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. The purpose of the report is to submit the performance management policy to Council for approval. So in order to comply with the legislation and to improve on the good governance and service delivery, it is essential for the municipality to adopt a policy on performance management. The policy will provide guidance in terms of the municipality's cycle and processes of performance planning, monitoring, measuring, reviewing, reporting, auditing, and quality control. And the policy is guided by the Municipal Systems Act 32 of 2000. The policy also forms a basis of alignment between the IDP, the operational service delivery and budget implementation plan, performance areas and performance indicators of the various departments of the municipality. The objectives are set out on page 455. And the various or the applicable legislation is set out on page 456. And Speaker, I propose that Council take note of, accept and adopt the policy. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Next to speak on this item is Alderman Williams. You have 3 minutes, Alderman.
Goeiemôre Gerard, hoe gaan dit?
Gaan baie goed. Gaan baie goed. En met jou?
So Gerard, nee, dit gaat alright met my man.
Hoi.
Ek sien net jou termyn kom na 'n einde toe nou.
Ja, inderdaad.
Gaat die volgende wees nie. Maar I take note of this performance management policy. My only desire is I hope this policy will cover that there will be no more this lot of rollovers where money is not spent, and accountability, where people are going to be accountable for their actions. Because we need service delivery in this area, and money's always been taken on rollovers this year, that year, and that year. It's a disgrace, Gerard, to see that a city like George having rollovers of huge amounts of money while people are crying for services. You know, I become so pleased when it's elections because there's a hope that the DA will lose and there will be a better council in place to see to the needs of the people. Gaat rus Gerard, jy's oud. Jy het lank in die voetspore getrap. Kan jy jou wijntjie lekker drink en vergeet van politiek. Jy is nie bedoel vir politiek nie. Thank you.
Thanks for that excellent advice, Alderman Williams. I will decide, advice you take or you don't take it. So I'll decide whether I'm going to take that advice. Thank you. The next to speak on this item is Councillor Stemela. You have 1 minute, Councillor Stemela.
Thank you, Speaker. I second the item. Second the item.
Thank you. We move to item 14.4, Supply Chain Management Policy 2021-2022. Councillor Wessels, you speak first there. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Yes, this item holds regard to the recommended changes to the supply chain management policy. This policy was workshopped twice, the first on the 29th of March and then on the 14th of April 2021. The second after receiving input from Dr. Len Mortimer, a specialist in supply chain management from the University of Stellenbosch, again showing our commitment to getting things done in a world-class manner in the city of George. I would like to take council to the recommendation on page 497 that the 2021-2022 supply chain management policy 2021-2022 attached as be adopted. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wessels. Next to speak on this item is Councillor James. You have 2 minutes, Councillor James.
Thank you, Speaker. The policy was workshopped and approved by Council in March 2021. The changes to the policy were made in April after aspect and advance. It was the again workshop, and the item says approved. A workshop has no authority to approve, only council. Now that the finance department further changes, we propose that to be workshop again for approval by council. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor James. Last to speak on this item is Councillor Barnard. You have 1 minute, Councillor Barnard.
Thank you, Speaker. I second the recommendation made by my DA colleague, Councillor Dirk Wessels. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We move to item 14.5, proposed amendment to the agreement between George Municipality and Total Computer Services Pty Limited. First to speak there is Councillor Noble. You have 2 minutes, Councillor Noble. Is Councillor Noble with us? It doesn't look like it at this stage. Chief Whip, can you please try and get hold of Councillor Noble? In the meantime, we will then move to the next item and then come back to this item once we have Councillor Noble to introduce item 14.5. Item 14. Thank you. Item 14.6, Fleet Management Services, disposal of municipal capital assets vehicles. And first to speak there is Councillor Brown. You have 2 minutes, Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Speaker. The aim of the item is to obtain permission from Council to dispose of capital vehicle assets. Now, these assets refer to 2 vehicles from Water Distribution and Fleet Management Services that are both older than 20 years and have high mileage and engine failure. These vehicles are not economically viable to repair. The body parts, however, are in a fair condition. A similar vehicle from streets and stormwater that has damaged doors and a bonnet can utilize the body parts of the old vehicles to repair these vehicles. I would hereby wish to recommend that Council approves the disposal of CAW 298187 and CAW 19719 as per section 14 of the Municipal Management Financial Act. I would recommend in the recommendation that Council approves the disposal of the vehicles, that the vehicles be removed from the asset register and see that the vehicles be sold on public auction. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Next to speak is Councillor Langa. You have 3 minutes, Councillor Langa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am going to be taking and making use of the whole 3 minutes. Thank you very much for that. On behalf of the ANC, we support the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Langa. That's the briefest I've ever heard you. The next to speak on this is Councillor Mbete. You have 1 minute, Councillor Mbete.
Yeah, no, Speaker, my name is up. My name is on the list. My name is on the list. Have I got the wrong list here, Mr. Speaker?
Alderman Giereke, on the list that I have for item 14.6, your name is definitely not on this list. Not the one that I have.
But then there must be a mistake. You must then ask Councillor Sean Snyman, what did he do? But thank you very much indeed.
Can we get an indication as Councillor Noble, I see, has rejoined us? We will then go back to item 14.5, proposed amendment to the agreement between George Municipality and the Total Computer Services Pty Limited. Councillor Noble, you have 2 minutes there.
Yeah, sorry, Speaker, man, for this technology, but anyway, I'm online again. Speaker, yes, this item is about
Just let me check here. The Speaker, this item is about the proposed amendment to the agreement between George Municipality and TCS, Total Computer Services. I think this is a win-win situation for the municipality and also for TCS. I just need to get this information. Where is it now? Thanks, Speaker. I'm sorry, man, for this. Yeah, this item, it's an amendment to the traffic fines of the municipal finance management, which permits such changes as part of the supply chain management in terms of section 1163. And what actually is in the document is that the fines, if the TCS gets 200 Rand, we get 100 Rand. So it's a 100-100 split. So it's actually a win-win situation, Chairperson. So this tender was awarded in March this year to this company, and I think that our proposed the recommendation is from page 576 to 580. Yeah, as per 576 to 580. Sorry for the inconvenience, Chairperson, with the technology, but that is my recommendation. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Noble. Next to speak on this item is Councillor Dikilili. Councillor Dikilili, you have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you, Chairperson. If there are no financial implications and if the regulations are followed, then the ANC will have no problem with that. And I can see here the municipality will make a profit. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Councillor Dikilili. Last to speak on this item is Councillor Gultik. You have 1 minute, Councillor Gultik.
Thank you, Speaker. As a DA councillor, I'm proud to say that the DA has a DA candidate for every ward in South Africa. So we're going to take over South Africa. Other than that, I'm happy to second my colleague, Councillor Noble. Thank you.
Thank you,
In your dreams.
Order. Thank you. We move on to item 14.7, having dealt with item 14.6, item 14.7, outcome of the request for SOA approval for chemical toilets in informal settlements in the George municipal area. First to speak there is Councillor Ingo. You have 2 minutes, Councillor Ingo.
Thank you, Speaker. The purpose of the item is to inform the committee of the managerial approval for the provision of maintenance and serving of the chemical toilets in the informal settlements in the George municipal area. Background is the municipality submitted a request to the Provincial Department of Human Settlement to provide some funding out of the SOA for the maintenance and serving of the chemical toilets in the informal human settlement, in the informal settlements in the municipal area. Sewage and sewage network. The Provincial Department of Human Settlement granted the approval in the amount of 8.8 million for maintenance and serving of the chemical toilets for a period of 2 years in the older and existing informal setters area, and another 4 million for a period of 1 year for the chemical toilets in the Mandela village in Thembaletu. I think that will be the last funding. They were looking out for alternative solution, sanitation solution, replace the chemical toilets in all the informal settlements in the George municipal area. That's my proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ingo. Councillor Lesele, you are next to speak. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. As the ANC, we welcome the report, waiting for a pending report about flushing toilets. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Lesele. Last to speak on this item is Councillor Barnard. You have 1 minute.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to second the recommendation made by my colleague, Councillor Ingo. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 14.8, increase of contribution of the district food pantry. Councillor Snyman, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. As we all know that the COVID-19 pandemic has had severe impact on our communities, and with more families becoming destitute, it's been quite important for us to reach out and find new ways of feeding the populations. Although there are 125 municipal nutritional centres in operation, we're still battling to get to everybody. And I think it is therefore that I'd like to recommend that the amount of 19,259 be contributed on a monthly basis for a period of 3 years to the district food pantry, which will be funded from the social development vote. I therefore so propose.
Thank you, Councillor Snyman. Next to speak on this item is Councillor Lof. You have 3 minutes, Councillor Lof.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I think it's already been alluded to the effect that the pandemic had on our communities. And it's quite sad to see even the people that lost their work, who had quite good lives, cannot afford having the lives they used to have. And I think as being alluded by by Alderman Piet van der Wouwen in his remarks on the mayoral address, we are very much in support of this project, and we are very much grateful for the impact that this project has done in the region as a whole, and in George in particular, because it's here in George. But also we have to say that sometimes we all are politicians, and we know this is election time. And as being raised by Alderman Gierke, that people went to this pantry with political label T-shirts, and we are requesting all political parties that they must not use this people's mischief for their enhancement of votes in these elections. Please don't use the hunger and the poverty of our people causing by this pandemic out there for your advantage to get votes. So we plead to this pantry that they must tell these people when they come with political party T-shirts to the pantry to fetch food that they are not allowed, that this is a community project and that every community member must have access to this project. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Lof. Next to speak on this is Alderman Gierke. You have 2 minutes, Alderman.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. We have always been, the PBI has always been in favor of this initiative. It's a powerful initiative. And I was part of the decision at the district municipality, and we are proud to have been part of the introduction of this food pantry. So our communities need this a lot, the needy, the marginalized, the vulnerable. And regardless of who manages this initiative, we will support funding, any type of funding to this, because it's to the benefit of all communities. Ek wil nou in Afrikaans sê, Speaker, ek moet versigtig wees wat ek hier sê, want ek het nou 'n boodskap gekry dat een van die klein mannetjies het gesê, ek het gesê hy het 'n DA T-shirt aangehad by die food pantry. Ek het in my eerste ding dit nie eens name genoem. Maar nou ja, ons sit met hierdie tipe van goed. Baie dankie. Dankie, Speaker. All right.
Thank you, Alderman Gierke. Next to speak on this item is Councillor De Tooy. You have 1 minute, Councillor De Tooy.
Baie dankie, Speaker. Speaker, voor die pandemie het ons al reeds 'n probleem ook gehad met kinders en ouers vandag wat honger is. Die pandemie het dit nou net baie meer vererger. Maar die Grootboek sê die armes het julle altyd by julle. So dit sal altyd 'n situasie wees waar ons na die armes moet omsien. Dis ons verantwoordelikheid om die weduwee, die wees, die kinders en die ouers vandag om hulle te voed en na hulle te kyk. Want die ouens van daai het ons groot gemaak tot waar ons vandag is. Die kinders het nie gevra om daar te wees nie. So ons moet na hulle omkyk. Daarom ondersteun die ACDP hierdie aanbeveling. Baie dankie.
Thank you, Councillor Victoria. Mr. Paulus, can you please translate?
Ethi-ke ACDP phambi kwale pandemic isehleleyo besihleli sinengxaki kakade yabantu abangathathi ntweni nabantwana abangasokolayo. Ngoko ke funeka sibakhathalele ngakumbi abangathathi ntweni nabantwana kunye abangathathi ntweni namakhaya, ngoba kaloku abantwana khange bazicelele ukuba khona okanye ukuba semhlabeni. Ngoko ke ndiyayixhasa kakhulu le recommendation.
Thank you, Ms. Apollos. Last to speak on this item is Councillor Strubel. You have 1 minute.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, this is a great cause with excellent work being done by the food pantry. This is aimed at the alleviation of hunger to the poorest of the poor. I therefore support very gladly and with much appreciation my colleague's proposal, Councillor Snyman. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Strubel. We move to item 14.10, minutes of the Municipal Publics Account Committee Impact e-meeting held on 11 July 2021. Item 14.10.1, unauthorized and irregular expenditure disclosed in the 2019-2020 annual financial statements for the year ended 30 June 2020. First to speak there is Councillor Strubel. You have 2 minutes, Councillor Strubel.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the 2019-2020 annual financial statements include unauthorized expenditure of R880,734.18. The irregular expenditure relates to the historical Regulation 32 or piggyback tenders, where Council elected to make use of contracts that were procured by other municipalities. The interpretation of Section 32 of the SCM regulations has been changed on 24 July 2019 by National Treasury and the George Municipality that needs to disclose the expenditure on these tenders. Therefore, the expenditure on these contracts in the current and prior years had to be reclassified as irregular expenditure. Council therefore should certify this irregular expenditure as irrecoverable, as we did get value for money after all, and that it be written off as contained in this report. This recommendation is then in line with the recommended treatment and the recommendation dealing with this matter in a prior year, which was then also accepted by the AXA audit team as an appropriate treatment for audit purposes. The MFMA Circular 96 and the MFMA 2018-2019 response is included with this item. Speaker, then I therefore submit the recommendations to Council as set out in items A and B on page 610. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Strubel. Next to speak is Alderman van der Woofen. You have 4 minutes, Alderman van der Woofen.
I am here, Speaker. I'm not gone, Speaker. I am not going to use the 4 minutes. This item is here just to rectify something, and if it's rectified, then it's over and out. And that this item, this 808 million, be included in the budget of a previous financial year. Am I correct? Can I just get indication?
Amen.
Before the MM speak, can I also just get explanation? If you go to page 605, explain the budget comparison on page 605, because it is lelik de mekaar. It is confusing that on that page. Please just indicate to us. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm not sure that Mr. Du Plessis, no reflection on him. It was long before his time. Is there somebody who can assist with this?
Speaker, I can assist, but he's welcome to come in on this matter. Yes, this is a question of the goalposts being moved and the traditional piggyback tenders, which had always been, which was in terms of Regulation 32 permitted, then were determined to no longer be permitted. So this is a question of then now those piggyback amounts being reclassified as irregular expenditure. I agree with Alderman van der Woofen that it is demarcated in the item, and I apologise for that. I think the variance is that it's 3,904,784 million. There was the actual, and the budget was 3,024,050. So the variance is 880,734. I don't know if Mr. Du Plessis wants to add anything to that. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. I see Mr. Du Plessis' hand is up. Mr. Du Plessis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I can just add to what the MM has said. We have two items or two aspects in this item. The one deals with unauthorized expenditure, which is simply an accounting entry, and the item is caused by the donation that was received, so that was not budgeted for. So that is just to correct an accounting entry. There's no concerns from the administration side in terms of that one. Just apologies for the way that the page 305 printed out. It's as the MM stated, the values there. Then the second item is the irregular expenditure. This deals from a court case that was held that changed the interpretation of Regulation 32 of the MFMA supply chain regulations, so that there was no mistake made by any of the officials. There was no loss suffered, and therefore there is no need to follow the normal consequence route of recovering. This is just a matter of dealing with the revised interpretation from the court, and as soon as these current contracts end, I don't foresee that we will enter into Regulation 32 agreements again, because the interpretation that the court has given now substantially removes the benefit of going into those kind of arrangements. So yeah, as Alderman van der Woofen was saying, it's just basically dealing with the consequence of the way that the court has now interpreted that regulation to be interpreted. We've already checked with the Auditor General, and the treatment is consistent with the prior year, so we don't expect any issues with them there. Thanks very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Du Plessis. Even I could understand that. Thank you very much. Alderman van der Woofen, did you get an answer to your questions?
Sort of. Just a further question. So we now need to adjust the budget of 2019-2020. Is that what we're saying? That the capital budget of 2019-2020 has got to be adjusted. So we've got the authority to just adjust the budget here as we sit here in this chamber of a previous financial year. Is that correct?
Amen.
Speaker, I'll let Mr. Du Plessis reply to that.
Mr. Du Plessis, thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, we can confirm that we are allowed to treat it like that. That is the allowance that is made for in the adjustment budgets process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Du Plessis. Alderman van der Woofen.
I hear what is being said, but I'm uncomfortable. My role, our role, the ANC's role in this council is to play a proper oversight role, and I feel that this item must be referred, or this expenditure must be referred to MPAC, so that we can just get proper clarity on that and refer it to council on the way forward.
Thank you, Alderman van der Woofen. Next to speak on this item is Alderman Giereke. You have 2 minutes, Alderman Giereke.
Right, thank you, Speaker. You say that even you can understand. Then the principle is applicable that one event and two different accounts. In terms of my understanding, Section 32 of the Municipal Finance Management Act have to kick in, and that section makes provision for an investigation, and that investigation should have been done by either your APAC, your Audit Committee, or your Municipal Public Accounts Committee, and then those reports should have accompanied this item to this council meeting so that this council can apply its mind properly. This is the procedure. Without the proper information in front of us by the relevant Section 80, Section 79 committees, we are not in a position to apply our minds and to make a proper decision here. And I will differ with you on principle, Mr. Du Plessis. Good morning. I will differ with you on the law to say that we have the right to do this. We don't have the information to do so, and therefore I will support the African National Congress that we refer this back. The reason why the investigation should be done in terms of Section 32 of the MFMA is to ascertain whether there were irregularities, whether there were corruption, whether it was fruitless, wasteful, or whatever, and then the report must come to council. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Giereke. Next to speak on this item is Councillor De Tooy. You have 1 minute.
Dank u, Speaker. Speaker, as voorzitter van Impact, wil ek dit net sê dat Impact het hierdie item deurgewerk, en die antwoorde wat gelees raadslid Langa van die ANC was ook by daardie vergadering. Ongelukkig was Alderman van der Hoeven nie by daardie vergadering gewees nie, dan sou hy al die antwoorde gekry het. So, dis hoekom dit hier is. Impact was tevrede daarmee en ek volstaan daarbij.
Thank you, Councillor De Tooy. Ms. Apollos, translation, please.
Njengosihlalo we-MPEC uthi ke le item iye yahlalelwa ke phaa ku-MPEC ukhansila we-ANC ukhansila Langa wayekhona kulowo mhlanganiso ngelishwa ke wayengekho yena ukhansila van der Westhuizen. That's why enganazo ngoku impendulo, kodwa ukuba wayekhona kuloo ntlanganiso wayezoyazi uba kugqitywe entoni na. Ngoko ke siyama kule recommendation.
Thank you, Ms. Apollos. Last to speak on this item is Councillor Wessels. You have 1 minute.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Councillor, for shedding some light for me as well. I was a bit confused because we are literally talking about the minutes of the Impact Committee. So thank you for your thorough work in there and the explanations given by administration. I would thus like to second my colleague, Councillor Strubel. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Wessels. We move to item 14.11. Amended matrices for the appointment of an acting municipal manager and acting directors. First to speak there is Alderman Kritzinger. You have 2 minutes, Alderman. Alderman Kritzinger.
Thank you, Chair. I propose that we accept this matrix. Thank you.
Thank you. Next to speak on this item is Alderman Williams. You have 3 minutes, Alderman Williams.
Because of new appointments, and I went through the item and see no problem with the item. So I second the proposal of Alderman Kritzinger. Good afternoon, Owner.
Thank you, Alderman Williams. Last to speak on this item is Councillor Roofse.
Thank you, Opa.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I also second the proposal by Elder Lady Kritzinger and support the recommendations as per page 626 to 628. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Roofse. We move to item 15, questions to council. 15.1, replies to questions. There were no questions, therefore there's no replies. 15.2, there were no new questions, so we won't handle that. Councillors, on that note, and before we enter the confidential part of the proceedings, as from item 16 onwards, I suggest that we break for lunch and that we reconvene. It's now 12:39 on my device, and that we reconvene at 1:15 at 13:15. Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker.
Alderman Giereke.
we don't have a lot of items left. Why don't we just finish and then break?
Alderman Gierke, I think we need to break now. That's my decision. I hear what you're saying. I'm sorry if I'm inconveniencing anybody, but I think we all deserve a break now. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, just before you log off, can you please also just remind IT, I'm still sitting here using my data, and they still have not assisted me in anything.
I will do so
I'm
again.
also using my own. I'm using my own all the time.
Convey that. Thank you. I will convey that. Thank you.